Hey there, story lovers. This is Fiction Blue, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. Harry found hidden Lily Potter locket at age 4 that automatically reported every Dursley crime to Gringotts. Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, The Locket Under the Stairs. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive smelled like dust and old shoes and the particular kind of loneliness that settles into small spaces over time. Harry Potter had lived in it for as long as he could remember, which at age 4 wasn't very long, but felt like forever in the way that only childhood can make something feel. He had a cot that was too short, a single blanket that was too thin, and a shelf above his head where Aunt Petunia stored cleaning supplies she never used. The bottles leaked sometimes. The shelf had a rust-colored stain where something had dripped for so long it had become part of the wood. Harry had named the stain Gerald. Gerald was his most reliable company. The Dursleys were not cruel in any dramatic, theatrical way. They were cruel in the way that cold weather is cruel, steadily, without malice or intention, simply present. Uncle Vernon went red in the face when Harry asked questions. Aunt Petunia pursed her lips and looked away. Dudley, who was large and pink and perpetually satisfied with himself, had learned early that Harry's things could be taken, Harry's food could be eaten, Harry's space could be invaded, and the adults would not only permit this but quietly applaud it. Harry had learned equally early that crying accomplished nothing except making his throat hurt, that asking for things was an invitation for them to be withheld, and that the cupboard, for all its faults, was at least his. He'd been put in the cupboard that particular afternoon for something he hadn't done. This happened regularly enough that Harry had stopped trying to track the logic of it. Dudley had knocked over a vase. Harry had watched it happen from across the room, watched Dudley's elbow catch the edge of the side table, watched the vase teeter and fall in what felt like very slow motion, and then watched Dudley turn to him with round, calculating eyes. Harry did it, Dudley had said, with the absolute confidence of someone who has never once been doubted. And that was that. The cupboard door clicked shut and the light went away and Harry sat on his cot in the familiar dark and listened to the Dursleys move around above him, their footsteps heavy through the floorboards, the television coming on, the smell of dinner he wouldn't be called for drifting down through the gap under the door. He was hungry. He was usually hungry. He sat there for a while, knees pulled to his chest, and let his eyes adjust to the dark in the way he'd learned to do, not trying to see, exactly, but letting the darkness organize itself into shapes. The outlines of the cleaning bottles. The edge of the shelf. The familiar rectangle of Gerald. And then something he hadn't noticed before. In the far corner of the cupboard, where the floor met the wall at the base, one of the floorboards was slightly raised. A hairline gap, barely visible even in daylight, but in the way his eyes were working now, soft and unfocused, taking in the whole rather than searching for the specific, the gap caught what little light crept under the door and made itself known. Harry stared at it for a long moment. Then he slid off the cot, knelt on the cold floor, and pressed his fingers to the board. It gave slightly, a gentle give like a held breath, and he dug his thumbnail into the gap and pulled. The board came up with a sound like a whispered secret. Underneath, wrapped in a scrap of deep green cloth so faded it was almost gray, was a locket. Harry picked it up. It was small and oval, made of something that looked like gold but felt heavier than gold should, and when his thumb brushed across the front he felt the engraving before he saw it, a flower, delicate and precise, with long petals and a ringed center. A lily. He didn't know what a lily was, not really, not by name. He was 4. But something in the shape of the flower pressed against his thumb made the back of his throat ache in a way that hunger never quite managed to. It felt like a word he didn't know the meaning of but understood anyway. He turned the locket over. On the back, in letters so small they were almost invisible, were 2 words. For Harry. He couldn't read them. Not yet. He would learn later, when Aunt Petunia started teaching Dudley his letters and Harry, sitting quietly in the corner with a book he wasn't supposed to have, taught himself alongside by simply paying attention. But even now, unable to read the words, he held the locket in both hands and felt something happen. It was warm. Not the warmth of a thing that has been sitting in a closed space, that was a dead warmth, a warmth that had nowhere to go. This was different. This moved. It started against his palms and traveled up through his wrists and into his chest, and when it reached his chest it settled there like a hand pressed flat against his sternum from the inside. Steady. Present. The opposite of the cold. Harry sat in the dark with the locket pressed between both hands and felt, for the first time in his life, like something in the world was specifically, deliberately, pointed at him. Not at Dudley. Not at Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon. At him. Just him. Whoever had made this had made it for him, and somehow, impossibly, it still knew that. He didn't cry. He almost did. But instead he just sat there with his eyes burning and let the warmth be what it was. He wore it to bed that night under his shirt, the chain cold and then warm against the back of his neck, the locket resting above his heart. He wore it every day after that. The first strange thing happened 3 weeks later. Uncle Vernon had one of his moods that night, the kind that started with something going wrong at work and arrived home looking for somewhere to land. He'd shouted at Aunt Petunia, who'd retreated to the kitchen. He'd shouted at Dudley, who'd cried, which had made Vernon feel guilty, which had made him angrier. And then his eyes had found Harry. "Boy. Come here." Harry came. He'd learned that not coming was worse. What happened next was not new. A shout. A shove. Harry's shoulder catching the edge of the doorframe hard enough to leave a bruise that would go green-yellow around the edges over the following week. Vernon's face very close and very red, telling Harry exactly what he was and what he wasn't and what he would never be. Harry stood through it the way he always stood through it, not absent, not checked out, but very still. Watching. Filing things away. But this time, while it was happening, the locket got hot. Not painfully hot. Nothing like burning. More like, alert. Like a dog raising its head at a sound only it could hear. The warmth against Harry's chest sharpened, focused, and Harry felt something that wasn't quite a sound and wasn't quite a word but was the feeling of a word, the shape of it. It was the feeling of, noted. Like a clerk stamping a document. Like a scribe lifting a pen. Vernon finished, shoved Harry toward the cupboard, and slammed the door. Harry sat in the dark and pressed his hand flat against the locket through his shirt and felt it humming, quiet and steady, the way it always did. But different now. Occupied. Like something had woken up inside it and was busy with something. He didn't understand it then. He was 4 and this was his whole world. But later, putting it together piece by piece the way he always put things together, quietly, without asking for help, because asking for help had never worked, he would understand that the locket had started its work the moment he first touched it. The locket remembered everything. By age 6, Harry could read. Not just the basic sight words that Aunt Petunia had drilled into Dudley, Harry could read, proper sentences, whole pages, anything he could get his hands on. He read the backs of cereal boxes and the spines of Dudley's discarded books and once, memorably, the entire contents of a gardening encyclopedia that Aunt Petunia had left on the kitchen table, which he'd gotten through half of before she noticed and snatched it away. He read the words on the back of the locket when he was 5.5. He'd been trying to for months, sounding them out, running his finger over the tiny letters until he was certain. For Harry. He'd sat very still for a long time after that, turning the locket over in his hands, tracing the lily on the front. Someone had made this for him. Someone had hidden it somewhere he would find it. Someone, before whatever had happened to make him end up here, had thought about him specifically enough to put their work into something small and golden and warm and hide it under a floorboard in a cupboard. He tried asking about his parents once, at 6, because the locket made him curious in a way nothing else did. He chose his moment carefully, Sunday afternoon, the television off, Dudley at a friend's house, Vernon asleep in his chair and Petunia in the garden with her roses. "Aunt Petunia," he said, from the doorway, "what did my mum look like?" Petunia's gardening shears stopped moving. She was very still for a moment, kneeling in the dirt, and then she turned and looked at him with an expression that wasn't anger, exactly, but was something that lived next door to it. Something that had anger's edges but grief's hollow center. She looked like trouble, Petunia said, and turned back to her roses. Harry looked down at the locket under his shirt. He could feel its outline through the fabric, pressing against his palm, and thought about that for a long time. Lily. The flower on the locket. His mum's name was Lily. He was almost certain of it, the way he was certain of things he had no evidence for, just a deep settled knowing that the locket seemed to encourage. He didn't ask again. He didn't need to. He had the locket, and the locket had the lily, and that was enough for now. At 7, Harry noticed the second function. He'd suspected something for a while. The locket's warmth had a pattern to it that he'd started tracking the way he tracked everything, quietly, persistently, without making a fuss. It ran hotter during certain moments. Not just the shoves and the shouting, though those, definitely those, but also smaller things. The times Aunt Petunia served him food that had already started turning. The times Uncle Vernon took the small amount of money that the school gave Harry for lunch and pocketed it with a smile. The times Dudley's old things that were supposed to be given to Harry were instead thrown away, or sold, or stuffed into the attic. Every single time, the locket noted it. That same feeling, noted. That same focused humming, that sense of a pen moving. Harry lay on his too-short cot one night and stared at the ceiling of the cupboard and thought very carefully about what that meant. He was 7. He thought in ways that most 7-year-olds didn't, because isolation and careful observation are an education of their own kind. He thought, someone is collecting this information. He thought, the locket sends it somewhere. He thought, my mum made this, and she hid it here, and it has been doing this since before I could even find it. He thought, she planned for this. That last thought was the one that sat heaviest. Not heavy like grief, he'd made his peace with not having parents the way you make peace with weather, because you can't argue with weather, but heavy like weight, like ballast. His mother had known, or feared, or prepared for the possibility that he would end up in a place where what happened to him would need to be recorded. Where the people around him wouldn't be trustworthy. Where he would need something that watched over him in a way that the people around him wouldn't or couldn't. She'd made him a witness. He pressed his hand flat against the locket and felt it hum back against his palm, warm and steady and busy. Always busy. Thanks, he said quietly, to whoever had made it, to his mother whose face he couldn't picture but whose name was a flower on a small gold oval. I don't know what you're recording or where it's going. But thank you. The locket hummed. Like an answer. The third thing the locket did was the strangest and the most significant, and Harry didn't fully understand it until he was 9. It taught him to notice magic. Not spells, there were no incantations whispered in his ear, no textbook materializing under his pillow. But magic, Harry would come to understand, is not primarily spells. Spells are just a vocabulary for something that exists first as a feeling, as a pressure in the air, as an awareness of the world being thicker in some places than others. The locket was saturated with old magic, deep magic, the kind that predates wandcraft and schoolbooks, and living against his skin year after year it had, not changed him, exactly, but tuned him. Like someone slowly adjusting the frequency on a radio until the signal comes clear. He started noticing things he couldn't explain. The way the air in certain rooms felt different, heavier, older. The way some people's anger felt like a physical push, where others was just noise. The way lies had a texture, a kind of slight wrongness like a room with furniture arranged just an inch out of place. He'd always been good at reading people, but this was different. This was reading more than people. He noticed, for instance, that something had been done to number 4, Privet Drive. Something woven into the walls and the thresholds and the gutters, something heavy and deliberate and old. He couldn't tell what it was from the inside. But he could feel it the way you feel the walls of a room even in total darkness, by the way the space pushes back. He noticed that the locket itself had more layers than he'd initially found. That the lily on the front was not just decorative but functional in some way he couldn't parse yet, and that the words for Harry on the back were written in something that wasn't just ink or engraving but intention, pressed into the metal the same way an emotion gets pressed into a face and stays there even after the emotion has passed. He noticed that sometimes, in moments of extreme stress, when Vernon's shouting reached a certain pitch, or Dudley cornered him in the garden with his friends and there was nowhere to run, the Locket would push back. Not violently. Not obviously. But a glass would slip from someone's hand. A stair would creak at exactly the wrong moment to distract a charging Dudley. A neighbor would choose that specific moment to open their front door and look over the fence. Not accidents. Assistance. Harry, at 9, sat with this knowledge and turned it over carefully in his mind. Someone had made something extraordinary, hidden it carefully, and aimed it at a child who might have broken under the weight of his circumstances. Instead, the circumstances had made him careful, self-contained, and capable of a kind of stillness that most adults never managed. He didn't know where the information was going. He didn't know who was receiving it or what they would do with it. He didn't know about Gringotts, about goblin banks, about wizarding law or the inheritance protections that Lily Potter had built into the Locket's design in the final months of her life, in between researching defensive magic and feeding a baby and trying to believe everything would turn out all right. He just knew that someone was listening. And that, it turned out, was enough. Primary school was a mostly pleasant experience, which surprised Harry when he thought about it. Not because school was exceptional, it was a perfectly ordinary school in a perfectly ordinary part of Surrey, staffed by perfectly ordinary teachers who gave perfectly ordinary lessons, but because the simple act of being somewhere that wasn't Privet Drive was a revelation he could not quite get over. He was quiet in class. Not shy, there's a significant difference, but quiet in the way that comes from having spent years observing people rather than talking to them. He sat near the front because the back was where Dudley's friends congregated, and he paid attention because paying attention had always been how he survived, and it turned out that paying attention in class had a much more immediately rewarding return than paying attention at home. He was, without particularly trying to be, very good at school. This created a problem. Not for Harry, for the Dursleys, who had settled into a comfortable understanding of Harry as incompetent and small and nothing, and found this understanding challenged by his coming home with top marks in maths and reading and a teacher's note saying he was a pleasure to have in class. Uncle Vernon had gone very red and told Harry not to show off. Harry had looked at him and said nothing and folded the note carefully and kept it. He understood, by then, what showing off meant to the Dursleys. It meant, don't remind us that you exist in ways we can't control. He filed this understanding under useful and adjusted accordingly. He made sure his grades were good but not ostentatiously good. He made sure his teachers liked him but not in ways that would attract comment. He was invisible in exactly the right ways, visible in exactly the right ways, and navigated the landscape of his days with the precision of someone who has learned that the best map is one you draw yourself. He had 2 friends at primary school, a girl named Emily who shared his love of the school library, and a boy named Marcus who could make almost anyone laugh but chose his targets carefully. Neither of them knew what his home life was like. Harry didn't tell them. It wasn't that he was ashamed, he'd made his peace with not being ashamed of things he hadn't chosen, but that he was precise about what he shared and with whom, and the calculus of sharing this particular thing with a 10-year-old in Surrey didn't produce a useful result. What they didn't know, couldn't know, is that he sometimes walked past the library and felt the books calling to him in a way that wasn't metaphorical. That some afternoons the air around him shimmered in ways he'd learned to flatten quickly, deliberately, the way you press a hand over a candle to stop the smoke without quite extinguishing the flame. That once, when a bigger boy from the year above shoved Marcus into a muddy puddle and Harry had looked at him, just looked, with the full weight of whatever the Locket had been sharpening in him for 6 years, the bigger boy had gone white and walked away very fast and hadn't come near any of them again. Harry hadn't done anything. He'd just looked. The Locket had hummed against his chest, thoughtful and warm, and Harry had helped Marcus up and they'd walked to the library and talked about football, and Harry had thought about the feeling behind that look, the way the awareness the Locket had been building in him had converged, for just a moment, into something with an edge, and filed that under useful too. The summer before he turned 11, Harry started having dreams. Not nightmares, exactly, or not only nightmares. There was the recurring image of a flash of green light that he associated with a very old fear, too old to have a story attached to it, just the light and the sound and the hot-cold feeling of falling. That one was familiar, and he'd learned not to wake up screaming from it the way he apparently had as a very small child, because waking up screaming brought Uncle Vernon down the hall in a state. But there were new dreams now too. Stranger ones. A vault, deep underground, massive stone walls, the smell of old metal and something electric. Gold, mountains of it, and other things too, documents, scrolls, tablets, the overwhelming impression of record-keeping on a scale he couldn't fully comprehend. The sense of rows and rows and rows of accounts, each one a story, each one carefully annotated, each one waiting. And in the dreams there was always a figure, not quite a person, not quite anything, just a presence behind a high stone desk, moving through ledgers the size of doors with hands that were not quite hands, in light that wasn't quite light. The figure always looked up at the same moment. The moment when Harry appeared in the dream. And said, in a voice like coins falling on stone, "We have been waiting to meet you, Harry Potter." Harry would wake up with the locket warm against his chest, warmer than usual, almost urgent, and he would lie in the dark of the cupboard and stare at Gerald and think, soon. He didn't know what soon meant. He just felt it the way he felt weather coming, a pressure change, the air holding its breath. Something was coming. The locket, after nearly 7 years of steady quiet accumulation, was running out of room for patience. He was right. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Harry knew it was coming before it came, which didn't make it any less extraordinary when it did. He was in the kitchen making breakfast, eggs and toast for the Dursleys, nothing yet for himself, when the owl hit the window with a thump that startled Aunt Petunia into dropping her teacup. The owl stared through the glass with round amber eyes. It held a letter in its beak. Harry turned from the stove, watched Petunia go white, watched her look from the owl to Harry and back to the owl with an expression that combined horror and inevitability in proportions he found interesting. She knew what this was, clearly. She'd been waiting for it, dreading it, and now it had arrived and she was standing in her kitchen in her dressing gown watching 7 years of carefully maintained normalcy walk straight off a cliff. Vernon came thundering downstairs at the sound of the teacup. He stopped in the kitchen doorway, saw the owl, saw Petunia's face, saw Harry watching both of them with calm dark eyes, and went an extraordinary shade of purple. "No," Vernon said. "Absolutely not." "Uncle Vernon," Harry said, "the owl's going to keep knocking until someone opens the window." He said it pleasantly, not pointedly, though the difference was fine enough to be nearly imperceptible. He'd gotten very good at that tone over the years. He turned back to the eggs, turned the flame down, slid them onto a plate, and waited. There was a long silence broken only by the owl tapping the glass again, politely, with the air of something that had all the time in the world. "Don't you dare," Vernon started. "I wasn't going to open it in front of you," Harry said. He put the plate on the table, turned to look at Vernon directly, which he'd learned to do because Vernon hated it, hated being looked at by someone who wasn't frightened, and said, "I'll take it to my cupboard, if you'd like." Petunia opened the window, hands shaking. The owl flew in, deposited the letter on the table in front of Harry with the focused precision of something that had been given very specific instructions, and flew back out. Petunia shut the window. Nobody moved. Harry picked up the letter. His name was written on the front in green ink, in handwriting that was somehow simultaneously formal and enthusiastic, "Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey." He looked at that for a long moment, the specificity of it, the cupboard under the stairs, and something shifted behind his eyes. They knew. Whoever had sent this knew exactly where he slept. The locket hummed against his chest. Patient. Ready. "I'll be in my room," Harry said, tucking the letter under his arm, and went to the cupboard without waiting to see what expression Vernon made. He sat on the cot and opened the letter carefully, breaking the wax seal with his thumbnail. Inside was a single sheet of heavy parchment, the writing the same enthusiastic green, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He read it twice. Then he sat back and let the reality of it expand slowly through him like warmth, which was appropriate, because the locket was radiating the same feeling it had given him the night he'd first found it. That specific, deliberate, aimed at him warmth. Like a confirmation. This is it, the locket seemed to say. This is what we've been building toward. Harry thought about 7 years of noted incidents, filed away in whatever place the locket sent them. He thought about the dreams of the vault and the voice like coins and we have been waiting to meet you. He thought about the fact that a magical school had sent him an owl, which meant the magical world knew he was here, which meant there were people who had known his mother and his father and had let him spend 7 years in a cupboard. He pressed his hand flat against the locket and felt it hum back. Steady. Sure. All right, Harry said softly. But we're not doing this on anyone else's schedule. The locket agreed. It was very warm. Outside the cupboard, Vernon was already talking about burning the letter. Harry listened to his uncle's voice build toward one of its more theatrical crescendos and felt absolutely nothing. Vernon's anger had stopped being able to reach him sometime around age 8, when he'd understood that the anger wasn't about him, it was about Vernon's fear of what Harry was, what Harry might become, what Harry represented. You can't take personally the fear of someone who is afraid of you for reasons beyond your control. Boy. Vernon's fist hit the cupboard door. Give me that letter. Harry looked at the letter in his hands. Then he looked at the door. Then he looked at the locket, which was warm and steady and 7 years full of evidence. No, Harry said, calmly and clearly, with the absolute confidence of someone who knows exactly how much ground they stand on. The silence on the other side of the door was brief and total. Then Vernon wrenched the door open and filled the frame with his considerable presence, face like a stopped clock, eyes that small particular size that meant he'd moved past shouting into something quieter and therefore more dangerous. Harry looked up at him from the cot. Not defiantly, defiance has a performance to it, a raised chin and a set jaw. This was simpler. This was just looking, the same way he'd looked at the bigger boy in school 2 years ago, with the full weight of everything the locket had been building in him concentrated in his gaze. Vernon's certainty faltered. You could see it happen, the slight loosening around his eyes, the almost imperceptible shift of his weight backward. There are people in the magical world, Harry said, quietly, conversationally, who know I exist. They sent this letter. I'm going to go to this school. And Uncle Vernon, he tilted his head just slightly, I think it would be a very good idea for everyone if the next few days went smoothly. He didn't know, yet, about the Gringotts vault. He didn't know about the representative who was, even then, traveling toward Privet Drive from the city, not a Hogwarts representative, not Dumbledore's man, but something older and more particular. He didn't know about Director Ragnarok, or the file that had been growing for 7 years, or the meeting that was already scheduled. He was working on instinct, on the magical awareness the locket had spent years sharpening, on the deep-settled certainty of someone who knows that the tide is turning without being able to see the shore yet. But he was right. He was almost always right about these things now. The locket had made sure of that. Vernon stared at him for a long moment, and something in that stare slowly, reluctantly, gave way. He stepped back. He pulled the door not quite shut behind him, and his footsteps went back down the hall, and a moment later Harry heard the television come on in the living room, Vernon's particular way of pretending that whatever had just happened had not happened. Harry looked at the Hogwarts letter one more time, then tucked it carefully inside his shirt alongside the locket. Outside, Surrey went on being Surrey in the heavy midsummer heat. Children shouted somewhere down the street. A car went past. The ordinary world performed its ordinary rhythms, completely unaware that in a cupboard under some stairs in an unremarkable house on an unremarkable street, a boy who had been quietly, systematically prepared for exactly this moment was sitting with one hand pressed over a small gold locket and thinking, "All right. Let's see what we've built." The locket hummed, warm and certain, above his heart. 7 years of evidence. 7 years of learning. 7 years of a mother's love, active and precise and aimed. He was ready. Chapter 2, The Goblin Who Came to Privet Drive. The representative from Gringotts arrived the following morning at precisely 7:45. Harry knew someone was coming before the knock at the door. The locket had been running warmer than usual since dawn, not the alert heat it gave off during Vernon's moods but something different, anticipatory, almost excited, the feeling of a long-held breath about to release. Harry had been up since 6, had made breakfast, had eaten his portion before the Dursleys came downstairs for the first time in living memory, and was sitting at the kitchen table with the Hogwarts letter reread 3 times and folded in his shirt pocket when the knock came. 3 sharp raps. Precise. Unhurried. The knock of something that did not expect to be kept waiting and was prepared to be patient about that expectation for exactly as long as it chose to be. Harry heard Aunt Petunia's slippered feet on the stairs, the pause at the foot, the hallway, the door. Then silence. Then Petunia's voice, stripped of its usual thin certainty, saying, "Can I, what, who are you?" "My name," said the voice from the doorstep, "is Sharpclaw. I am a senior accounts representative from Gringotts Wizarding Bank. I am here to speak with Mr. Harry James Potter. I have an appointment." Another pause. Harry could picture Petunia perfectly, thin hand on the door frame, eyes going small, mouth doing the thing it did when she encountered something she couldn't categorize. "He's 11, Petunia said, which was not really an answer. "Yes," said Sharpclaw. "We are aware." Harry pushed back his chair and walked to the hallway. The goblin standing on the step at number 4, Privet Drive was perhaps 4 feet tall, dressed in a dark suit of impressive precision, carrying a leather satchel that bulged with the comfortable authority of something full of important documents. His face was the kind of face that had been weathered past the point where weather could do anything further to it, sharp features, sharp eyes, the particular expression of someone who has spent a very long time dealing with people who thought they were more important than they were. He looked past Aunt Petunia with the smooth efficiency of someone moving an obstacle and fixed those sharp eyes on Harry. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Mr. Sharpclaw," Harry said. The goblin's eyes moved to the locket, visible at Harry's collar where the chain had worked its way up. Something in his expression shifted, not softened, goblins didn't soften, but recalibrated. Reassessed. "You have it," Sharpclaw said. "Since I was 4, Harry said. Sharpclaw nodded once, with the air of someone checking an expected item off a list. "May I come in?" "This is my house," Vernon said, from the top of the stairs. Harry turned and looked at his uncle standing in his dressing gown, face doing its preparatory reddening. Then he looked at the goblin on the doorstep, who had opened his satchel and removed a document that he held with the casual ease of someone who has deployed paperwork as a weapon many times before and finds it reliably effective. "Mr. Dursley," Sharpclaw said, without looking up, "I should inform you that this visit concerns the registered Gringotts witness account associated with Mr. Potter's mother, Lily Potter née Evans, account number 77441, opened in October of 1981, which has been actively filing reports under your name and address for the past 7 years. You are welcome to be present for this conversation." He looked up. "In fact, we would prefer it." The silence that followed was extraordinary in its texture. Harry watched Vernon's face cycle through several colors that he'd never quite produced before, arriving finally at something between gray and white that Harry associated with the deeper ends of his uncle's fear. Petunia had gone very still in the doorway, one hand still on the door frame, the other pressed flat against her collarbone. "Come in," Harry said to Sharpclaw, stepping back. "Kitchen's through here." Sharpclaw settled at the kitchen table with the focused efficiency of someone who has conducted this particular kind of meeting in many different kinds of kitchens and has never once been impressed by any of them. He opened his satchel, removed a stack of documents that was considerably larger than the satchel should have been able to contain, and arranged them with practiced precision. Harry sat across from him. After a moment's hesitation, the Dursleys arranged themselves at the far end of the table, Vernon dropping into his chair with the weight of a man already bracing for impact, Petunia perching on the edge of hers, Dudley hovering in the doorway having arrived mid-situation with his cereal bowl and no understanding of the context. "Is that a—" Dudley started. "Yes," Harry said. "But, Dudley," Petunia said, in a voice that had all the feeling taken out of it. Dudley retreated back to the doorway. Sharpclaw unfolded the first document with the deliberate care of someone who has been looking forward to this meeting for quite some time. "I will begin with the basics," he said, "so that all parties are fully informed. A Gringotts witness locket is a rare magical instrument, commissioned in the old tradition, designed to document instances of abuse, neglect, financial fraud, and deliberate harm committed against its registered beneficiary, and to transmit that documentation to a sealed account at Gringotts. The documentation is admissible as evidence under both Goblin law and, pursuant to the Magical Muggle Accord of 1847, certain areas of British wizarding law. The locket in question was commissioned by Lily Potter on the 14th of September, 1981. He glanced at Harry. Approximately 7 weeks before her death. Harry was very still. She had anticipated, Sharpclaw continued, with a matter-of-factness that was somehow kinder than sympathy would have been, the possibility of certain outcomes. The locket was designed to activate upon contact with its beneficiary and to begin recording immediately. He turned to the next page. "It has been active, Mr. Potter, since the 23rd of March, 1984. The date of first contact. You were 3 years and 11 months old." "I found it when I was 4, Harry said. "I always thought it was 3 weeks after my birthday in July." "The 23rd of March was a Thursday," Sharpclaw said. "The locket's activation log is precise." Harry thought about the Thursday when he was 3 and 11 months old and tried to remember what had been happening. Nothing came, he had no reliable memories from before the locket. Everything before it was dim and indistinct, like trying to remember being underwater. Everything after had the clarity of recorded evidence, because in a very real sense, that's exactly what it was. He let it go. He'd had practice letting things go. "What's in the account?" he asked. Sharpclaw turned to a page marked with a small red tab. "As of yesterday's filing, the locket transmits daily summaries and flags incidents above a certain severity threshold for immediate report. The account contains 7,412 individual incident reports." He said the number with perfect calm. "These are categorized by type. Physical incidents, 873. Incidents of deliberate food deprivation, 2,140. Financial fraud relating to your inheritance and trust fund, 318. Verbal abuse incidents above severity threshold, 1,944. Deliberate destruction or withholding of your property, 566. Miscellaneous incidents of willful neglect, 771. The kitchen was completely silent. Harry looked at those numbers and felt something that wasn't quite anger and wasn't quite grief but lived in the territory between them. He'd known, in the abstract, that the locket was recording things. He'd felt it happen thousands of times, that focused, noting hum, that sense of a pen moving. But hearing the numbers out loud gave the accumulation of small miseries a weight he hadn't expected. 2,140 incidents of food deprivation. He thought about every dinner he hadn't been called for, every breakfast that had been portioned away from him, every school lunch that Vernon had redirected into his own pocket. 2,140 times. Averaged across 7 years, that was more than 8 per week. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley," Sharpclaw said, turning his sharp eyes down the table, "under the terms of the legal guardianship agreement registered with both the British Muggle legal system and the Wizarding Guardianship Charter of 1975, and pursuant to Gringotts' authority as custodian of the Potter family accounts, we are empowered to pursue the following actions." Vernon made a sound. Sharpclaw continued as though Vernon had not made a sound. First, full financial restitution for documented theft and misappropriation of funds belonging to Mr. Potter's trust account, including compound interest calculated at Gringotts standard rate, currently assessed at 42,816 galleons, the Muggle sterling equivalent of which is approximately £214,000. Petunia put both hands flat on the table. Second, formal report to the British Wizarding Child Protection Authority, the Magical Guardian Oversight Board, and, should Mr. Potter wish it, appropriate Muggle authorities. Sharpclaw turned a page. Third, immediate revision of guardianship terms, including but not limited to Mr. Potter's living conditions, financial allowance, educational provision, and personal freedoms. You can't, Vernon started. Mr. Dursley. Sharpclaw's voice hadn't changed volume or tone at all, but Vernon stopped talking with the abruptness of someone who has walked into a wall. The account has been reviewed, verified, cross-referenced, and sealed. Every document in this satchel is a notarized copy of evidence held in a Gringotts vault. Gringotts has been the most secure financial institution in the wizarding world for 800 years. We do not make mistakes with our accounts. We do not misfile. We do not lose records. He held Vernon's gaze with the absolute equanimity of something that does not need to be hostile to be completely implacable. You may, of course, consult a solicitor. We would encourage it. It will, however, make no material difference to the account's findings. Harry had been watching Vernon while Sharpclaw spoke. The journey his uncle's face made during that 2-minute speech was remarkable, from outrage, through calculation, through a brief and desperate detour into denial, and arriving, finally, at a territory Harry had never seen his uncle inhabit before. Something that looked a lot like cornered. Vernon was not a stupid man. He was a deliberately incurious man, which was different, but the underlying machinery was functional. And the underlying machinery was telling him, right now, with increasing urgency, that the ground had shifted irrevocably under his feet. What does he want? Vernon said, finally. He was looking at Sharpclaw, but he was clearly Harry. What does the boy want out of this? Mr. Potter's wants, Sharpclaw said, are his own to express. I am here to present the account's findings and Gringotts' recommended course of action. What happens next is, within the parameters of our authority, subject to Mr. Potter's preferences. Everyone at the table looked at Harry. Harry looked back at them. He thought about the 2,140 meals. He thought about the green-yellow bruise on his shoulder, age 4, and every bruise after it. He thought about his mother, 7 weeks from her death, making something small and golden and precise and hiding it under a floorboard. He thought about what he actually wanted. The anger, he'd found, was cleaner when it was cold. I want my vault access, Harry said. The full trust account, including restitution, accessible to me when I go to Gringotts. I want my school things bought properly, with proper equipment, everything on the list. I want a room with a door that locks from the inside for whatever time I still spend in this house. And I want the records filed with every authority Mr. Sharpclaw mentioned. He paused. Not because I want the Dursleys in prison, he said. He looked at his aunt, then his uncle, with an evenness that was the most unsettling thing he'd produced yet. Because the records should exist. Because it should be written down, somewhere official, that this happened. That I was here and this happened and everyone who should have been paying attention wasn't. Petunia made a sound that was not quite a word. It might have been his name. Mrs. Dursley, Harry said, and his voice was not unkind, just exact, you knew. You knew what the magical world was. You knew who I was and what I'd come from. You could have told me. You chose not to. He held her gaze steadily. That's in the record too. Petunia looked away first. Sharpclaw had been writing throughout this exchange, the scratch of his pen on parchment the only sound in the kitchen. He finished, blotted the page, and looked up. Gringotts is satisfied with these terms, he said. I will require Mr. and Mrs. Dursley's signatures on 3 documents before I leave. The restitution agreement, the guardianship revision, and the consent form for the authority reports. He pulled 3 pages from the stack and slid them down the table with the smooth efficiency of a croupier dealing cards. I should note that these documents are not optional. They represent Gringotts' legally binding assessment of account holder obligations. Refusing to sign does not change the obligations, it simply removes any credit for cooperation. Vernon stared at the documents for a long moment. His hands were flat on the table, thick fingers spread, the signet ring he wore catching the kitchen light. Then, slowly, with the look of a man watching his own future change shape into something smaller and less comfortable, he picked up the pen that Sharpclaw had placed alongside the papers. He signed. Petunia signed with her usual small, careful handwriting, her jaw set and her eyes fixed on the page, not looking at Harry. Sharpclaw collected the documents, filed them with swift precision, closed his satchel, and rose. He nodded to Harry, a genuine nod, not perfunctory, the kind given between 2 parties who have conducted business satisfactorily. Your vault will be fully accessible when you arrive at Gringotts, he said. Director Ragnarok has asked me to tell you that he looks forward to meeting you in person. There are additional matters connected to the Potter accounts that he would prefer to discuss directly. Harry filed that away. Thank you, Mr. Sharpclaw. The goblin looked at him again with that same recalibrating expression. Your mother was a remarkable witch, Mr. Potter, he said. The locket's design was unusually sophisticated. She completed it under considerable time pressure. I know, Harry said. He touched the locket briefly through his shirt. I'll tell her you said so. Sharpclaw paused at that, just for a fraction of a second, and something crossed his face that might have been the goblin equivalent of moved. Then it was gone, and he walked down the hallway, and the front door opened and closed, and number 4, Privet Drive was quiet in the way that rooms are quiet after something significant has happened in them. By afternoon, Harry had a room. Not the cupboard, the small bedroom across from the bathroom, the one that had been Dudley's secondary toy storage since approximately forever. It took Dudley 2 hours to move his things out, under orders from a Vernon who had not spoken directly to Harry since signing the documents but who had, in the manner of a man recalibrating his entire operating system, begun treating him with a stiff, arm's-length neutrality that was an enormous improvement on what had come before. Harry moved his 3 possessions, the Hogwarts letter, his 2 library books, and the locket, into the room in about 4 minutes. He stood in the middle of the floor and looked at the actual window with actual curtains and the actual bed with actual space around it, and felt something that was mostly practical satisfaction with a thin edge of something more complicated running under it. He didn't let himself feel too much about the room. It was better than the cupboard, and it was his for the summer, and that was what it was. He'd learned early that attaching too much feeling to circumstances was a way of giving circumstances power over you, and Harry was very selective about what he gave power to. He pulled out the Hogwarts letter and read the school list again. Cauldron, set of scales, telescope, robes, wand. He lingered on wand for a moment, turning the word over in his mind the way his fingers turned the locket over. A wand. Something that focused what he'd been feeling for years, the thickness of certain rooms, the edges of lies, the push of attention that had made the big kid at school back away, into actual, usable form. He was curious about that, in the deep and genuine way he was curious about very few things. Not excited, excitement was a form of vulnerability, getting out ahead of what you actually knew, but curious. What would a wand tell him that he didn't already know? What would change, and what would turn out to have already been in him all along? He folded the letter and put it back in his pocket, then leaned against the windowsill and watched the street below. A neighbor walking a dog. 2 kids on bikes. The sky going the dusty gold of late afternoon. Tomorrow, Gringotts. He pressed his hand over the locket, felt its familiar warmth, and thought about his mother writing for Harry on the back with whatever precise, deliberate magic she'd used to make the words hold. 7 weeks from her death and she'd been thinking about a son who didn't know her name yet, making something to protect him, making something to record what happened if things went wrong. They'd gone wrong. She'd known they might. She'd prepared anyway. He pressed the locket harder against his chest, just for a moment. "I'm going tomorrow," he said quietly, to whoever she was, wherever she was. "To your bank. The one you set up the account at. Your friend Mr. Sharpclaw said you were remarkable." He paused. "I believe him." The locket was very warm. He got to London by train the next morning, alone, with the address of Gringotts written on a piece of paper in his pocket and enough money from the emergency petty cash box, which had been placed on the kitchen counter by a silent Vernon, presumably in compliance with the guardianship revision, to cover the fare and then some. The journey was 90 minutes. Harry spent it reading a book he'd borrowed from his room's previous inhabitant, a paperback fantasy novel that Dudley had clearly never opened, and watching the city build itself up outside the window as London approached. He'd been to London once, on a school trip, but that had been the managed kind of London, coaches and checkboxes and a teacher counting heads. This was different. This was his own. He found the leaky cauldron on the first try, which surprised him. He hadn't been expecting to, had been prepared for a longer search, but the locket had warmed the moment he turned on to Charing Cross Road, and he'd followed the warmth the way you follow a sound to its source, and there it was, a small, dingy pub sandwiched between a record shop and a bookstore, absolutely invisible to the stream of people walking past it. He stood outside for a moment, looking at the door. A woman in a business suit walked straight past him without hesitating, without any sign that she'd seen anything except more London. The magic of the place was so smoothly integrated into its surroundings that it was practically visible if you knew how to look for that specific quality of smoothness, the place where the real world had been ironed flat to accommodate something that didn't quite fit. Harry went in. The barman, Tom, his name turned out to be, looked up when Harry came in, did a brief double-take at his eyes or possibly his scar, and then composed himself into professional hospitality. Harry asked for directions to Diagon Alley, went through the back garden, and stood before the brick wall for a moment until an older witch doing the same journey noticed him and tapped the right bricks without being asked. The arch opened, and Diagon Alley opened with it, and Harry walked into the most extraordinary street he'd ever seen in a life that had been mostly extraordinarily ordinary. He didn't stop. He looked, took everything in, filed it away, the apothecary with barrels of things in the window, the robe shop, the broomstick in a display case that had a crowd of children pressed against the glass, the bookshop, but he walked directly to the end of the street where the white marble building sat and gleamed in the morning sunshine like something from a more serious world. Gringotts. The doors were flanked by goblins in scarlet and gold who watched him approach with professional impassivity. Harry nodded to them and went in. The first set of doors, the second set of doors, he read the warning poem on the bronze doors with interest, genuinely interested in the vocabulary of it rather than intimidated by it, and then the main hall. The hall was vast and high-ceilinged, full of the sound of business conducted at speed, tellers behind their raised counters dealing with customers in lines that moved with surprising efficiency. Harry stood in the entrance and let the locket hum against his chest for a moment. It was very warm now, warmer than he'd ever felt it, the warmth of something close to where it needed to be. A goblin detached itself from the side of the hall and came toward him, not one of the tellers but something senior, better suit, better posture, the kind of presence that took up space in rooms made for taller beings. "Mr. Potter," he said. "I'm Griphook. The director is expecting you. If you'll follow me." Harry followed, through a door to the side of the main hall and down a corridor that was narrower and less ornate than the hall but felt, somehow, more serious. The walls here were plain stone and the light was less impressive, but there was a density to the air that Harry recognized, old magic, deep magic, the same quality he'd felt in the locket the first night he'd held it. This place was saturated with it. Centuries of it, pressed into every stone. The director's office was at the end of the corridor, behind a door that opened before Griphook knocked, which Harry appreciated as efficiency. The room inside was large, surprisingly warm, and occupied primarily by a desk and the goblin behind it, who rose when Harry entered with a formality that was not deferential but was genuine. Director Ragnarok was old. Old in the way Gringotts itself was old, not diminished by it but concentrated, the essential qualities refined over decades into something that had shed everything unnecessary. He was shorter than Harry would be in a year or two, but he filled the room regardless. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Sit down, please." Harry sat. Griphook took a position near the door and remained there. "I apologize," Ragnarok said, settling back into his chair, "that we did not make contact sooner. The account was structured specifically to allow your circumstances to develop without interference, on your mother's instructions. She believed that early contact might alert certain parties to the account's existence and compromise its evidentiary value." He folded his hands on the desk. "With your Hogwarts letter delivered, that concern no longer applies." "Dumbledore," Harry said. Ragnarok looked at him steadily. "The headmaster was aware that you had been placed with the Dursleys. He was not aware of the locket or the account. Your mother was thorough in that regard." He paused. She had a great deal of confidence in Gringotts' discretion and somewhat less confidence, at the time, in certain other parties' judgment. "She was right to," Harry said. "She was right about many things." Ragnarok opened a drawer and removed a ledger, smaller than the account ledgers Harry had dreamed about, more personal. "Shall we discuss your financial situation?" They talked for an hour. The Potter Trust account, once the restitution funds were added, was substantial in a way that made the concept of money feel abstract and then, gradually, concrete. Not stratospheric, the Potters had been comfortable, not obscenely wealthy, but enough. More than enough. Enough that Harry would never have to think about money as a constraint, which was itself a form of freedom he hadn't had a reference point for until Ragnarok put the numbers in front of him. There were also the properties. A cottage in Godric's Hollow, still in the Potter family's name, though uninhabitable until certain magical stabilization work was done, and a townhouse in London that had been generating rental income since 1981, managed by Gringotts on the estate's behalf and accumulated in a secondary account. Harry looked at all of this and felt the strange doubling of a child who has grown up with nothing, understanding that they were never supposed to have had nothing. "There are also," Ragnarok said, "certain personal effects of your parents that were preserved in the vault. Items of magical significance that Gringotts took into custody in the aftermath of the Godric's Hollow incident. Among them," he produced a small case from beneath the desk, "your mother wanted you to have this." He set the case on the desk. Harry opened it. Inside, on a velvet lining, was a small folded piece of parchment. He picked it up and unfolded it. The handwriting was small and quick, the kind of handwriting that belongs to someone who has a lot to say and not enough time. "Harry, if you're reading this, the locket found you." "Good. I built it to find you wherever you ended up, because I wanted something of mine to reach you that nobody could intercept or redirect or decide you didn't deserve. The locket will tell you more than I can put in this letter. What I want to tell you is what it can't. You are loved. Completely, furiously, without condition or reservation. You were loved from before you were born and you will be loved from after I'm gone, by a love that I have done everything I can think of to make as useful to you as possible. The locket is love made into a tool. Use it well. Be bold. Don't let anyone tell you who you're supposed to be. You get to decide that. Mum." Harry read it twice. Then he folded it carefully along its original creases, and put it in his shirt pocket alongside the Hogwarts letter. He was quiet for a moment. Ragnarok did not attempt to fill the silence. "Thank you," Harry said eventually, and it encompassed more than the letter. Ragnarok inclined his head. "There is one further matter," he said. "The reports Sharpclaw filed yesterday, to the Child Protection Authority, the Guardian Oversight Board, and the relevant ministry departments, will generate a response. Likely within the week." He looked at Harry with the particular directness of someone who has decided to trust their read of a person. "Headmaster Dumbledore will almost certainly be contacted. He will likely wish to speak with you before Hogwarts." "Probably," Harry agreed. "How would you like Gringotts to proceed in its communications with the ministry?" Harry thought about that for a moment. He thought about his mother's letter, "Don't let anyone tell you who you're supposed to be." He thought about the house at Privet Drive and the 7,412 incident reports and the letter that had arrived by owl addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. Completely transparently, he said. Don't protect anyone. Every report, every number, every incident on file. Make it all available to the ministry. He paused. If there are people in the ministry who should have been watching out for me and weren't, I want them to know exactly what that choice cost. And I want it on the record. Ragnarok looked at him for a long moment, and Harry had the impression of being assessed against a very particular measure and meeting it. Your mother would be proud, the director said. She would probably also be furious, Harry said. The director smiled, which was an extraordinary thing on his face, small and sharp and genuine. Undoubtedly, he agreed. Shall we proceed to your vault? The vault cart ride was extraordinary in the purely mechanical sense. Harry catalogued it: speed, the cold air of the deep tunnels, the way the darkness had a weight to it, the smell of old stone and older metal, and then the vault was open and Harry stood in the entry and looked at his inheritance. It was not primarily the gold, though there was gold. It was the shelves along the far wall, his mother's research notes in bound volumes, his father's school trunk, photographs in frames that moved when he looked at them. People he didn't know waving at him, people he didn't know smiling, and in the corner of one, just the corner, caught mid-laugh with her head thrown back, Lily Potter had red hair. Of course she did. He'd been carrying her name around for 7 years and he hadn't known she had red hair. Harry stood in the vault entrance and looked at his laughing mother for a long time. Then he put his hand over the locket and felt it hum back at him, and thought, this is where it was sending everything. To you. To the place you set up for me. To the people you trusted to keep the record. All right, Mum, he said softly. I've got it from here. He took what he needed, left what could wait, and rode back up toward the light with 7 years of recorded evidence behind him, a letter folded against his chest, and the firm and settled certainty of someone who knows exactly where they came from and has decided, with great precision, where they're going next. The galleons for his school things were in a pouch in his pocket, warm and heavy. He had a wand to buy. Chapter 3, The Boy the Sorting Hat argued with Ollivanders was the last stop. Harry had done the rest of Diagon Alley methodically, working through the school list with the focused efficiency of someone who has spent years making do with nothing and finds the experience of choosing things genuinely interesting rather than overwhelming. Madame Malkin's first, robes fitted by a cheerful witch who talked continuously about nothing in particular while her tape measure moved on its own. The bookshop, where he bought the required texts and then stood for 20 minutes in the history section before adding 3 more that weren't on the list. The apothecary, which smelled extraordinarily complex and where the goblin weight scales were unexpectedly satisfying to hold. A telescope. A cauldron, pewter, standard size too. He'd eaten lunch at a small place near the apothecary, sitting outside with a meat pie and pumpkin juice. Pumpkin juice turned out to be genuinely good, which he hadn't expected, and watched Diagon Alley move around him. Families with first years, easy to spot by the mixture of excitement and parental anxiety. Older students who moved through the crowd with the comfortable ownership of people who knew where they were going. The occasional clearly non-student adult on what was obviously not a routine shopping trip, moving fast and purposefully, robes suggesting rank. He'd noticed, at least twice, someone glancing at his scar and then looking away with that particular quality of recognition quickly suppressed. He filed that under things to understand and kept eating his pie. Ollivanders, when he finally pushed the door open, was dim and narrow and had the smell of wood and something else, something resinous and alive, something that responded when the locket warmed slightly against his chest. The wand maker himself appeared from somewhere in the back with the silence of a person who has spent so long around magic that they've absorbed some of its qualities, and fixed Harry with eyes that were pale and slightly unsettling in the way of things that see more than they let on. "Mr. Potter," Ollivander said. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you. Your mother, Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy, nice for charms. Your father, Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Excellent for transfiguration." He tilted his head and the pale eyes moved to Harry's forehead, to the scar, and something in his expression became complicated. "And you? Let's see." He measured Harry in silence while Harry looked around the shop, the towers of narrow boxes, the quiet that had that same quality of density he'd noticed in Gringotts, old magic pressed into small spaces. The locket was doing something particular, a low steady hum that wasn't the alert heat or the recording warmth but something he hadn't felt before. Almost curious, like it was paying attention for different reasons. The first wand Ollivander handed him was beechwood, 9 inches. Nothing. The second was maple, 7 inches, dragon heartstring. Harry flicked it experimentally and a flower pot on the shelf behind Ollivander exploded. "Clearly not," Ollivander murmured, retrieving the wand with the composure of someone for whom exploding flower pots are Tuesday. "Interesting, though. Very interesting." The third wand, vine, 12 inches, did something strange. When Harry's fingers closed around it, the locket went abruptly cold. Not painful, not alarming, just, no. Definitive. Harry set it down without trying it. Ollivander looked at him. "You put that down very quickly." "It didn't feel right," Harry said, which wasn't the whole truth but was the part of the truth he could explain. Ollivander looked at him for a long moment, and the pale eyes moved to Harry's chest, to where the locket sat under his shirt, and whatever calculation was running behind those eyes produced an expression that mixed surprise with something older. "Fascinating," he said quietly, to himself. Then he went further back into the towers of boxes and returned with something that he held differently, more carefully, with a particular attention. "Holly," Ollivander said, 11 inches. "Phoenix feather." He held it out. The feather in this wand gave another feather. Only one other. "I think you know what I mean." Harry did know, in the abstract, he'd read enough of his mother's research notes at Gringotts to understand the broad shape of what had happened on the night he'd gotten the scar. He took the wand. The locket went warm, not just warm, the way it had been the night he'd first found it and understood it was for him. And the wand responded simultaneously, a wave of heat and golden light flowing up his arm, and Harry felt the two things connect through him like a circuit completing, wand and locket, locket and wand, and in the middle, himself. "Remarkable," Ollivander breathed. Harry lowered the wand and looked at it. 11 inches, holly, phoenix feather. Twin to Voldemort's wand, Ollivander's expression said, and Harry let that information sit in his mind and neither alarmed him nor excited him but simply became part of the picture, another data point in the long account of what he was and where he'd come from. "How much?" he asked. 7 galleons, Ollivander said, still watching him with those pale eyes. "Mr. Potter, that locket." Harry met his gaze. "I knew your mother well," Ollivander said. "Not personally, professionally. She came to me 4 times in her life. The last time was in August of 1981. She didn't need a wand." He paused. "She asked me about the magical properties of old goblin metalwork. The kind used in bonding instruments. I gave her the names of 3 references." The pale eyes were very steady. "I understand now what she was building." "She built something extraordinary," Harry said. "She always did," Ollivander said simply. Harry paid for the wand, tucked it carefully into the wand holster that Ollivander included without being asked, and walked back out into Diagon Alley with the sun full on his face and both the wand and the locket warm against different parts of his body, and felt, for the first time, like all his parts were pointing in the same direction. Dumbledore found him the following Sunday. Harry had been expecting it since Ragnarok's warning. He'd had a week, a remarkably peaceful week by Privet Drive standards, the Dursleys navigating their revised circumstances with the stiff silence of people who have realized that everything they thought they knew about the power structure has been quietly rearranged while they weren't looking, and he'd spent it reading his school books. All of them, not just the required sections. Twice through a history of magic, once through the standard book of spells, the entire magical theory text which was drier than dust but contained several useful frameworks. He'd also spent time with the locket, which had shifted in character since Gringotts in a way he was still calibrating. Something had settled in it, something released, like the tension in a muscle after long effort. It was still warm, still aware, still humming its particular frequencies, but the urgency of it had eased. Like it had been holding something tightly for 7 years and had finally handed it over. He was in the back garden, sitting on the low wall with magical theory open on his knee, when the knock came at the front door. He didn't move. He heard Vernon answer it, heard the voice, older, warm, with a particular cadence that was already familiar from everything he'd absorbed about the magical world, and then the sound of footsteps coming down the hall and through to the kitchen and out to the garden. Albus Dumbledore stepped through the back door and stood on the lawn. Harry had pictured him from the descriptions he'd encountered. A history of magic had a chapter on the defeat of Grindelwald, and the wizard at the center of it was already legendary. The reality was both more and less than the legend, taller than expected, the silver beard and half-moon glasses exactly as described, but the eyes were extraordinary. Blue and bright and containing the specific quality of someone who is always simultaneously in the present moment and several moves ahead of it. Those eyes moved immediately to Harry, and Harry could see them doing their work, taking him in, assessing, and reaching a conclusion that produced an expression combining relief with something that was almost, but not quite, guilt. "Harry," Dumbledore said, warmly, the kind of warmth that comes easily to someone who has spent a very long time being everyone's most trusted figure. "I am very glad to see you." "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said. He closed his book, set it on the wall beside him, and waited. Dumbledore crossed the garden and sat down on the garden bench uninvited but not presumptuously, with the ease of someone who expects to be welcome everywhere and usually is. "I imagine you have questions," he said. "Several," Harry agreed. "But I'd like to hear what you came to say first." Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that recalibrated slightly, something registering, something adjusting. "You are not what I expected," he said, and there was genuine warmth in it, but something else too. Something that might have been the beginnings of concern. "I've had good preparation," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes moved to the outline of the locket under Harry's shirt. Stayed there for a moment. Moved back to Harry's face. "Your mother's work," he said softly. "Yes. I didn't know about it," Dumbledore said, and to his credit, he said it plainly without decoration or excuse. "I know," Harry said. "She didn't want you to." The word "you" landed with a precision that Dumbledore clearly heard, because the warm eyes went briefly very attentive. "No," he said, after a moment. "I don't imagine she did." He folded his hands in his lap, large, capable hands, one of them slightly marked by something old, and looked at the garden with the expression of a man organizing his thoughts. "I placed you here for a reason, Harry. A very specific magical reason. There are protections on this house, I felt them," Harry said. "From the time I was about 7. Blood wards, I think, based on what I've read. You used my aunt." Dumbledore looked at him again with that recalibrating expression. "Yes," he said. "Lily's sacrifice created a magical protection that, so long as you could call the place where her blood lives home, would shield you from Voldemort's direct reach." "From Voldemort," Harry said. "Not from the people in the house." The word landed. Dumbledore absorbed it without deflecting. "No," he said quietly. "Not from them." 7,412 incident reports, Harry said. He said it without heat, which made it land harder than heat would have. "Gringotts has them all. The Ministry has received copies as of last Tuesday." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The garden was very still around them, the kind of summer stillness that has bees in it and the smell of Aunt Petunia's roses. "I should have checked more carefully," Dumbledore said. And then, with a directness that Harry hadn't expected, "I was wrong not to." Harry looked at him and found himself revising, slightly, the outline he'd built of this person. Not softening, the facts were the facts and they didn't change, but adding dimension. Dumbledore's regret was real. It was also, Harry judged, the regret of someone who had made a calculation and was now confronting the human cost of it, which was different from the regret of someone who had simply failed to think. The calculation had been real, the intentions had been real, and the cost had been real. All three things were true simultaneously. "I'm not going to be managed," Harry said. "I want to be clear about that from the beginning. I'm going to Hogwarts to learn. I'm curious about magic and I intend to take it seriously. But I'm not a piece on anyone's board." He looked at the headmaster steadily. "Including yours." Dumbledore held his gaze. "And if I told you," he said carefully, "that there are larger things at play? A war that ended incompletely. A darkness that may not be entirely vanquished. A role that you may be uniquely positioned to fill." "I'd say," Harry said, "that I'm 11, and the conversation about roles and destinies can wait until I understand the full picture. And that anyone who has a specific plan for what I should do next needs to show me the whole map, not just the square they want me to stand on." Another long pause. Then Dumbledore did something unexpected. He smiled. Not the warm, winning smile of public expectation, but something smaller and more real. "Your mother," he said, "argued with me in almost exactly the same register. Right up until the end. She was right to," Harry said, the same words he'd used with Ragnarok. "She usually was," Dumbledore agreed, with a sadness that was genuine and old. He rose from the bench. "I will tell you this much, because you deserve it, there is something at Hogwarts this year that you will likely encounter. I have taken precautions, but I tell you now so that you are not caught unaware. Something is being kept safe within the castle. Something that a certain party would very much like to possess." Harry thought about this. "Okay," he said. "You're not alarmed." "Should I be?" Dumbledore looked at him with those extraordinary eyes and seemed to arrive at something. "No," he said. "I don't think you should." He retrieved something from inside his robes, a small, cream-colored envelope, and set it on the garden wall. "My contact details, and the password to reach me directly if you need it. The offer is genuine, Harry. I am not your enemy and I hope to demonstrate that." He turned to go, then paused. "One question, if I may. The locket. Does it still record?" "It records everything," Harry said. Dumbledore absorbed this with an expression that was not quite pleased but was something like relieved. Like a man reassured that the safeguard is still in place even if it hadn't worked the way he'd hoped. "Good," he said, and walked back through the house, and the front door closed, and the garden was quiet again. Harry picked up his book, then set it down. He picked up the envelope instead, turned it over, and put it in his pocket beside his mother's letter. Then he looked at the locket through his shirt, felt it warm and steady, and said, "I think he's basically good." The locket hummed, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, which was about right. September 1st arrived, and Harry arrived at King's Cross Station with a trolley and a barn owl he'd bought himself, an owl. The locket seemed to hum with something that might have been amusement, because the owl had fixed him with an amber stare in the magical menagerie that was oddly familiar, like looking at something that already knew him. He'd named her Athena because she looked like she had opinions. The barrier to platform 9 3/4 was visible to him immediately, the same way the leaky cauldron had been visible, not because magic made it obvious, but because his awareness of magic had made him sensitive to the specific quality of a place where the world had been folded. He walked through between a family of redheads, the second youngest, a boy his age with a smudge on his nose, turning to look at him as he emerged on the other side. The train was extraordinary in the way that things are extraordinary when they are both smaller than expected and more exactly right than imagination manages. Steam, red paint, the smell of coal smoke and magic and packed lunches. Harry loaded his trunk, got Athena settled in a compartment, and stood for a moment watching the platform fill up. He could see the families. The easy wizard-born ones who moved through this departure with the comfort of a known ritual, parents and siblings in various mixes of excitement and practiced calm. The muggle-born ones, fewer, more alert, taking everything in with the same quality of attention he recognized in himself, the attention of people for whom this is all genuinely new. He noticed the redhead family again, the whole scale of them, the mother with her harried warmth, the older siblings already in robes, the youngest two also heading to the train. The mother was giving the boy with the smudge on his nose a hug that he was accepting with the performed reluctance of someone who actually wanted it. Harry watched that hug for longer than was polite, then looked away. He was in his compartment reading magical theory again when the door slid open and the red-headed boy put his head in. "Everywhere else is full," he said. "Can I sit here?" "Sure," Harry said. The boy dropped into the opposite seat with the comfortable sprawl of someone who takes up space without thinking about it. "I'm Ron," he said. "Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter." Ron's eyes went to the scar with an immediacy that was at least honest, no pretending not to look, no careful misdirection. "Just looking." Then, "Brilliant," he said, with the genuine reverence of someone for whom this is actually brilliant. "Sorry. Is that weird to say?" "A little," Harry said. "But I appreciate the honesty." Ron grinned, and there was something in the grin, easy and uncomplicated, that Harry found immediately likable. "My brothers said you were probably loaded and full of yourself," he said. "I'm loaded," Harry said. "I'm working on the other part." Ron laughed properly at that, surprised by it, and something settled between them. The train lurched into motion and England began moving past the windows, and they talked about nothing and everything the way you do when you're two 11-year-olds on the way to school for the first time and the conversation is easy. They were somewhere near Birmingham when the compartment door slid open again and a girl looked in. She had bushy brown hair and a prefect's kind of posture, not stiff exactly, but upright, the posture of someone who has decided that being noticed for the right things is very important. She was holding a book with her thumb keeping the page, which Harry read as unconscious and therefore sincere. "Have you seen a toad?" she asked. "A boy named Neville has lost one." "No toad," Ron said. She looked at Harry, then looked again in the way that people had been looking again at him all day, and did the most unusual thing. Instead of looking at his scar, she looked at the locket, visible at his collar where the chain had shifted. Her brow furrowed with the instant, involuntary focus of someone who has encountered something academically interesting. "That locket," she said. "The metalwork on the chain, that's goblin craftsmanship, isn't it? I've been reading Hogwarts, a history and there's a section on goblin-bonded magical items and that looks exactly like." "Yes," Harry said. "It's goblin-crafted." She came properly into the compartment, the toad apparently forgotten. "Hermione Granger," she said. "Have you read your school books yet?" "All of them?" "Twice," Harry said. She looked at him with the expression of someone who has just found an unexpected equal and isn't quite sure what to do with it. "Which did you find most useful?" "Magical theory," Harry said, "for the framework. But your mother's right that most of what we're going to need is practical." "I don't have a— Oh, I see what you mean." "Yes, exactly." She sat down without quite realizing she was sitting down, pulled the toad errand entirely out of her mind, and said, "What do you think about the theory section on spell intent versus wand motion?" "Because I think bag shot overcorrects toward motion at the expense of." "She does," Harry agreed. "Intent is the primary factor. Motion is vocabulary." Hermione stared at him. Ron, who had been watching this exchange with the expression of someone watching a sport he didn't understand, said, "Are you two going to do this the whole way?" "Probably," Harry said. "Right," Ron said, and got out a chess set. Hogwarts appeared out of the dark across the lake and Harry looked at it from the boat, Hagrid's boats, Hagrid who had met them at Hogsmeade Station with a lantern and a booming voice and genuine warmth, and felt something he hadn't expected to feel. Recognition. Not physical recognition, he'd never been here, but the recognition of arriving somewhere that is going to matter. The castle was lit against the September sky, towers and battlements and lights in windows, and the locket was warm against his chest with the particular warmth of something that has been traveling toward a destination for a long time and can finally feel the end of the journey approaching. He sat in the boat beside Hermione, who was taking notes on the lake's magical properties by moonlight, and Ron, who was looking at the castle with naked awe that he wasn't bothering to disguise, and Neville Longbottom, who they'd picked up at the dock along with the Toad, Trevor, reunited, and who was quietly terrified in the way of someone who has been told a great deal about failing before they've had a chance to try. Harry had watched Neville on the boat ride. He was soft-spoken, round-faced, and flinched when addressed directly, not from cruelty but from expectation of it. He held the Toad with the careful tenderness of someone who doesn't have many things they're allowed to cherish without being mocked for it. Harry recognized that quality. "Neville," Harry said, as the boats nudged toward the dock below the castle. Neville looked up with the automatic apology already in his expression. "You're going to be fine," Harry said, and said it in the particular way that meant I've assessed the situation and this is my considered conclusion, not a pleasantry. "Better than fine, probably." Neville looked at him as if trying to find the joke. There was no joke. He looked back at the castle. "I'm not good at magic," he said quietly. "You haven't started yet," Harry said. "That's a significant variable you're not accounting for." Neville stared at him. "He does that," Ron said. "It's going to take some getting used to." The sorting happened in the Great Hall, which was extraordinary, which Harry noted and did not perform astonishment about because performing astonishment for an audience felt dishonest. The ceiling showing the night sky, the candles, the 4 long tables of students, he took it in and found it remarkable and kept that internal. The hat went on his head. The hat was, immediately, much more interesting than he'd expected. He'd read about it, sentient, sorts on the basis of character, has been doing this for 1,000 years, but reading hadn't prepared him for the particular quality of a presence that old making itself comfortable in his mind with the ease of someone settling into a familiar chair. "Well," said the hat, in a voice like dry paper. "Here we are." "Here we are," Harry agreed. "I've been waiting for you." The hat sounded genuinely pleased. "Not you specifically, well. You specifically, it turns out. I've had my eye on this year since last June." A pause, the quality of something turning pages. "My goodness. You've had quite a 7 years, haven't you?" "I've had a Locket," Harry said. "Yes. I can feel it. Remarkable work. Your mother was in Gryffindor, you know. Highest charms aptitude I'd sorted in a decade. Your father was Gryffindor too, obviously. Courage, nerve, a certain productive recklessness." Another pause. "But you're not quite the same thing, are you? You've got their courage but it's quieter. It's been through a refinement process." 7 years will do that," Harry said. "Ravenclaw would suit you," the hat mused. "Intelligence, curiosity, the love of learning for its own sake. Everything you showed me in those books on the train." A longer pause. "But Ravenclaw's bravery is the courage to think. You've already got that. What Hogwarts is going to need from you this year, what you're going to need, is the other kind. The kind your parents had." The hat's voice shifted, becoming more direct. "And you know that already. You've known since Gringotts." "I do," Harry said. "Gryffindor. You're not even going to argue?" "Should I? Most people with your particular profile would at least consider Slytherin," the hat said, with a dryness that was almost fond. "Ambition, strategy, the long view, Slytherin values self-preservation," Harry said. "I've been doing that for 7 years. I don't need to spend 7 more practicing it." The hat was quiet for a moment. "That," it said, "is one of the better answers I've gotten in several decades." Something that felt like a smile, if hats could smile. "Gryffindor." The word came out loud into the hall, and the Gryffindor table erupted, and Harry took off the hat and walked to the table and sat down, and the locket was warm above his heart with the particular warmth of something that has arrived at the right place. He was aware, as he walked, of the quality of attention in the room. Not just from Gryffindor, from all 4 tables, students turning to look, whispers that he could feel rather than hear, the weight of a name that had been significant to these people for 10 years reaching its owner and finding he was a real person sitting down to dinner. He felt it and didn't perform anything in response to it and kept walking and sat down. Ron dropped into the seat beside him a moment later, hat barely off his head. Gryffindor. 5 for 5, every Weasley. He beamed. No offense if you'd gone somewhere else. None taken, Harry said. Congratulations on the streak. Hermione sat across from them, placed immediately and practically glowing with satisfaction. Neville came last from the first-year group, placed in Gryffindor to his visible surprise and the hat's visible pleasure, and collapsed into the seat next to Hermione looking as though he'd survived something. You did it, Harry said. Neville blinked. The hat almost put me in Hufflepuff. But it didn't, Harry said. It said I had hidden depths, Neville said, with the bewilderment of someone who has been told something they want very badly to believe. It was right, Harry said. Neville looked at him again, the same way he'd looked in the boat, searching for the catch. There was still no catch. Slowly, carefully, like someone extending a hand towards something they're not sure will stay, Neville smiled. The feast was extraordinary. Harry ate with the complete and unself-conscious dedication of someone for whom the abundance of food was not routine, and if any of his new housemates noticed the thoroughness of his appetite, nobody mentioned it. He also noticed several things during the feast. He noticed the teacher's table, catalogued the faces against descriptions he'd assembled from his reading and his mother's notes. McGonagall, stern, precise, watching the first years with the practiced eye of someone assessing new material. Flitwick, tiny and cheerful, seemed to be conducting the food with his fork. Snape looked at him the moment Harry looked at Snape, and the locket went cold. Not the cold it had gone with the vine wand, that was a simple incompatibility, magical feedback, two things pointing the wrong way. This was a different cold, more complex, the cold of something complicated. The locket was not alarmed by Snape. It was, attentive. Alert in the particular way it was alert when it was recording something for the first time and establishing a new entry. Snape's gaze moved on after a moment. Harry sat with the cold fading back to warmth and thought, that one is going to be interesting. He also noticed the man sitting at the far end of the teacher's table, turbaned and positioned slightly apart from the general flow of conversation. Quirrell, the Defense Against Dark Arts professor, the one Dumbledore had mentioned obliquely on the bench in the garden. There was something about the space around him, a heaviness, a particular density in the air that Harry had learned to read, that the locket responded to immediately, not with cold or warmth but with something else. Something Harry had only felt once before. The same quality of thickness that surrounded number 4, Privet Drive. The same sense of something woven into a person or place deliberately, an enchantment running deep. But darker. The protections on Privet Drive had been built out of love. What he felt around Quirrell's chair was built out of something else entirely. Harry looked at his plate. He ate more roast chicken. He filed it under immediate priority and let the evening be the evening, because he had learned that knowing something is urgent and acting prematurely are two different things, and the gap between them is where mistakes are made. You've gone quiet, Hermione said, watching him. Thinking, Harry said. About what? He looked at her directly. He'd noticed, the quality of someone who processes information rather than just collecting it, which was rarer than people thought. The defense professor, he said quietly. Something's off about him. Hermione looked down the table with the focused immediacy of someone taking the statement seriously. She looked for a moment, then back at Harry. I don't notice anything. You will, Harry said. Pay attention in his classes. Hermione looked at him, then at Quirrell, then at Harry again, and made the decision, quick, practical, to take this seriously. What am I looking for? The air around him, Harry said. The way it's too heavy. She didn't ask him how he knew. He appreciated that more than he could have articulated. Ron had been listening. The defense professor is creepy, Ron offered helpfully. He smells like garlic. That's relevant, actually, Harry said. Ron looked delighted to have contributed. The candles in the great hall burned on, warm and golden, and the Hogwarts term began, and in Harry's chest the locket hummed with the bright and ready warmth of something that has spent 7 years preparing and is finally here, in the right place, with the right people, ready. The Sorting Hat had called it, what Hogwarts needed from Harry this year was the braver kind of courage. Not the courage to think. The courage to act. He was ready for that too. Chapter 4, The Library at Midnight. The first week of classes established the landscape. Transfiguration was McGonagall, who taught with the precision of someone who has zero tolerance for imprecision and all the patience in the world for genuine effort. She turned her desk into a pig on the first day to demonstrate that transfiguration was serious magic requiring serious attention, and Harry paid it that attention, and when they moved to matchstick to needles at the end of the lesson he had a needle inside the first 30 seconds. He put it down after and didn't do it again, not to perform modesty but because he'd learned what he needed to and further repetition would just be showing off. McGonagall noticed both the speed and the self-restraint and said nothing, which was its own kind of notation. Charms was Flitwick, who stood on a pile of books to see over his own lectern and was genuinely, infectiously delighted by magic in a way that made the class feel less like instruction and more like shared enthusiasm. He had them working on simple levitation gestures in the first lesson and beamed at the whole room like they were all his favorite students. Potions was Snape. Snape began the class with a speech that Harry recognized as designed to establish dominance, who here had read their assigned chapters. What did they know, what did they understand, the questions asked in a tone that made answering feel dangerous. When Snape's gaze reached Harry and the questions came, Harry answered them. Directly, correctly, without performance or hesitation. Snape looked at him as though he'd expected something else. 5 points to Gryffindor, Snape said, with the expression of a man tasting something unexpectedly sour. Then, don't let it go to your head, Potter. I won't, Harry said. Which was also apparently the wrong thing, because something in Snape's jaw tightened. He moved on. For the rest of the double period Harry brewed the prescribed boil-cure potion with focused attention and produced a result that Snape looked at for a long moment before moving away without comment, which Harry translated as the Snape equivalent of very good. Ron's had turned out a murky orange. Hermione's was perfect. Neville's had somehow acquired a scent that made the student next to him need to open a window. How did you know all those answers? Ron asked afterward, eating lunch with the urgency of someone who'd been intimidated out of breakfast. Books, Harry said. I read the books, Ron said. Did you read them, or did you read them? Ron considered this. The first one. There's your problem. He hates you, Hermione said to Harry, with the calm of someone delivering a weather forecast. Snape. He looked at you all through class like you'd personally offended him. He knew my father, Harry said. And my mother. It's complicated. Your mother. Hermione said, with the immediate focusing quality she brought to anything academically interesting. Was she his student? Classmate, Harry said. I think they were friendly once, actually. I read some of her research notes over the summer. She referenced him once, not by name, but the description was specific. Said he had a gift for instinctive potion modification. He looked at his lunch. Then something went wrong between them. The notes got more formal after a certain point. Hermione was quiet, processing. That would explain the expression, she said. Like he doesn't know whether to be pleased or furious. Both, Harry said. He's doing both. Ron looked between them. I'm going to eat my lunch, he said. Defense against the dark arts confirmed what Harry had felt at the feast. Quirrell taught with a stammer that seemed genuine in its inconsistency, fluid and then stuttering, smooth in moments of concentration and broken at others. Harry sat in the second row and watched him with the particular quality of attention the Locket had been building in him for years, not suspicious, exactly, just aware. The way you're aware of something that isn't quite wrong but isn't quite right. The magical weight he'd noticed at the feast was more pronounced in an enclosed classroom. It sat around Quirrell the way a coat sits around a body, fitted, specific, the shape of something worn deliberately. What was underneath it was hidden in the same way something is hidden when you've wrapped it carefully enough that the wrapping itself becomes visible. The locket ran its particular alert frequency warmth throughout the class. Not recording, this was different from recording. This was the closest thing Harry had experienced to the locket saying pay attention here specifically. After class, Hermione appeared at Harry's shoulder with her notes already annotated. There, she said quietly, as students filed out. The moment he mentioned Voldemort, did you see? Harry had seen. The stammer had smoothed out entirely, just for a second. The weight in the air had shifted, a slight redistribution, like something responding involuntarily to a name. Yes, Harry said. What does that mean? I don't know yet, Harry said. But it means something. Hermione wrote it in her notes with the focused satisfaction of someone who has confirmed a hypothesis. Quirrell was at his desk, not looking at them, shuffling papers with deliberate attention. Harry looked at the back of the professor's turban on the way out. Something about the turban had been pulling at the edges of his attention since the feast. Something about the way Quirrell kept it tightly wound, in the warm castle, all day. He filed it and kept walking. It was Hermione who found the library thread. Or rather, she found it first and brought it to Harry, which was the beginning of the collaborative pattern their partnership would develop over the next several years, Hermione finding things, Harry knowing what to do with them. It was the second week of October. They'd established a routine of post-dinner library time that had evolved naturally from shared curiosity, Hermione because she was working several chapters ahead in every class and needed the resources, Harry because the Hogwarts library was the most extraordinary collection of books he'd ever seen and he hadn't been able to stay away from it since the first time McGonagall had mentioned it in passing. Ron came sometimes, stayed as long as his attention held, and left to play chess with the twins' friends in the common room without guilt. That particular evening Hermione had been in the restricted section of her focus, the corner of the library where the old magic texts lived, the pre-classification material, things written before the Statute of Secrecy had reorganized magical knowledge into its current categories. Madame Pants watched this section with protective suspicion, but Hermione had established enough academic credibility in 2 months that she was permitted to browse with limited supervision. She came to where Harry was sitting with a book tucked under her arm and the expression she wore when something had confirmed something she'd already suspected. Witness instruments, she said, sitting down and opening to a marked page. I've been reading about them since the feast when you said the locket was goblin-crafted. Here. She turned the book toward him. The page was titled Goblin Bonding Instruments, a Survey of Pre-Treaty Magical Contracts, 800-1700 CE. It was dense and dry and Harry read it the way he read everything, quickly, completely, taking in the shape of it before the detail. The relevant passage was 3/4 down the page. The witness locket, in the tradition of goblin bonding magic, represents perhaps the most sophisticated example of what goblin artificers termed passive advocacy, the creation of an object that could speak on behalf of an individual incapable of speaking for themselves. Unlike the pensieve, which requires active contribution, or a memory vessel, which captures single events, the witness locket was designed to be continuously ambient, drawing documentation from proximity to the bonded wearer rather than from intentional memory deposit. The magic required to build such an instrument was considerable, and the goblin artificers who could complete such work numbered, even in the instrument's heyday, fewer than a dozen. Harry kept reading. Of particular note is the secondary function documented in several academic sources but never fully explained. The witness locket, by continuous proximity to its wearer, was understood to develop what early goblin scholars called awareness transfer, a gradual sharing of the instrument's own magical sensitivity with the wearer. A locket built by master artificers, carried for sufficient years, would effectively serve as a long-term attunement device, making its wearer progressively more sensitive to magical presences, intentions, and deceptions. This function was not incidental, it was designed. The locket was meant not only to protect its wearer through documentation but to actively develop them into someone capable of their own protection. Harry sat back. Hermione was watching him. "Your mother built that," she said. Deliberately. The attunement was on purpose. She was preparing me, Harry said. Not surprised, he'd understood the shape of it from the time he was 9, but something about seeing it in print, in academic language, in the careful documentation of what the locket had been doing to him for 7 years, made it more solid. More real. More hers. She must have known extraordinary magic, Hermione said. It came out soft, more personal than her usual academic delivery. She caught herself. Sorry. No, Harry said. She did. She was exceptional, by everything I've found. He looked at the book. She built me a teacher. Hermione looked at the locket at his collar. Is that why you knew about Quirrell? She said. The attunement? Partially. The locket's been building my sensitivity to magical presences since I was 4. What I felt around Quirrell was, he thought about how to say it. Have you ever been in a room where someone's hiding something? Not a secret, a thing. And you can almost feel where the hiding is, even if you can't see it? Yes, Hermione said immediately. It's that. But for magic. He tapped the page. The locket taught me to feel the shape of spells and enchantments without being able to name them. Like knowing words in a language before you know the grammar. Hermione was quiet for a moment, which for Hermione was significant. She was rarely quiet. When she was, it meant she was organizing something large. There's more, she said. She pulled a second book out from under the first, smaller, older, its binding repaired with something that smelled like a magic adhesive. I found this while I was looking for the first one. Wards and their signatures, identifying active magical protections. Specifically this chapter. She opened it to a page marked with a strip of parchment. Chapter 14, Containment Wards and Object-Specific Protections. Harry read the open page. It described a category of ward designed specifically to protect an object rather than a location, spells layered onto the object itself, signatures specific enough that the ward could recognize threats and respond dynamically. The description of how such a ward felt from the outside was precise. An object-specific containment ward, to the sensitive magical observer, will present as a localized increase in magical density, a thickening of the ambient field in the immediate vicinity of the protected object. Unlike location wards, which spread their signature across an area, object wards concentrate in a radius proportional to the ward's strength. A very powerful object ward may be detectable from several feet. An exceptionally powerful object ward may, in an enclosed space, affect the entire room. Harry looked up. The third-floor corridor, he said. Hermione's eyes were very bright. The whole corridor, she said. You felt it, didn't you? When Dumbledore mentioned it at the feast, the off-limits warning. He had. He'd registered it as background information at the time, something to examine later, the same way he'd registered Quirrell. There's something up there, he said. Something very heavily protected. Something being kept safe, Hermione said. She was practically vibrating. Dumbledore said, I know what Dumbledore said, Harry said. He'd told Hermione about the garden conversation, the relevant parts of it, because Hermione was the kind of person who needed full information to be useful, and Harry had decided very early that she was going to be very useful. Something he wants to keep safe. Something a certain party would want. Voldemort, Hermione said, with the particular courage of someone who has decided that using a name is a rational choice and has committed to it. Someone connected to Voldemort, Harry said. Or Voldemort himself, if he survived in some form. He thought about the green light in his oldest dreams, the hot-cold falling feeling. He thought about the locket's warmth. Which I think he did. They sat with that for a moment. And Quirrell, Hermione said. And Quirrell, Harry agreed. So someone connected to Voldemort is at Hogwarts, Hermione said, walking through it in the linear way she processed things, trying to get whatever's in the third-floor corridor, which Dumbledore has protected. And Dumbledore knows, at least in general, that someone might be trying this, which is why he mentioned it to you. And which is why Dumbledore was already implementing precautions when he came to the house in August, Harry said. He'd planned this. The thing in the corridor is being used as something, not just stored. It's a trap as much as a safe. A trap for who? For whoever wants it badly enough to come after it. Hermione absorbed this. That's very complicated planning. Dumbledore thinks in terms of years, Harry said. He's been moving pieces since before I was born. She was quiet again. Then, what do we do? We learn everything we can, Harry said. About the third floor, about what kinds of things require that level of protection, about what Voldemort would want badly enough to come to Hogwarts for. He looked at the book on the table. And we keep an eye on Quirrell. That's extremely dangerous, Hermione said. Probably, Harry agreed. I'm in, Hermione said, immediately, with the total absence of drama that was one of the things he'd come to genuinely appreciate about her. She wasn't performing bravery. She'd done a fast cost-benefit analysis and arrived at a decision. Where do we start? Here, Harry said, looking at the shelves around them. This library has everything. We just need to know what questions to ask. They found Neville in the library the following evening, tucked into a corner with a herbology book the size of a small table and the expression of someone on intimate terms with despair. Sprout gave us an essay, Neville said, when Harry sat across from him. 3 feet on magical plant root systems. I can't, I keep reading the same paragraph and nothing's going in. Harry looked at the textbook. What's the paragraph? Neville pointed. Harry read it. The problem, Harry said, is that the textbook explains this backwards. It starts with the root system and works up to the plant, but the way this actually makes sense is working down from the visible plant. What does the greenhouse 8 mandrake look like? Neville blinked. Like, a small person. In the ground? Right. And what does a small person's circulatory system look like? A pause. Something shifted in Neville's expression, a door opening. Branching, he said slowly. From central to peripheral. So what would you expect the root system to look like? Neville looked at the textbook. He read the paragraph again. Oh, he said. Oh, that's what it's saying. The herbology logic works exactly like human anatomy, Harry said. Which you almost certainly already understand intuitively because you've been working with plants your whole life. The textbook just doesn't frame it that way. Neville stared at him. How did you know I've been working with plants my whole life? The way you handle Trevor on the boat, Harry said. That's someone comfortable with living things. And the way you talked about the greenhouse during the tour, you were the only first year who already had opinions about soil composition. Neville was very still for a moment. Then he said, quietly, Gran never said I was good at anything. Harry met his eyes. Well, he said, she was wrong. Hermione, who had been watching from 2 tables over, came and sat with them and spent the next hour helping Neville organize his essay notes with the methodical warmth of someone who has found that teaching is its own kind of pleasure. By the end, Neville had 2.5 feet of solid essay and was looking at the textbook like it had become a different kind of object. Why are you being nice to me? Neville asked, as they packed up. It was an honest question, the kind that comes from someone who has learned that kindness usually has a tax. Harry recognized it. Because you're going to be excellent, Harry said. And I'd rather be your friend before that becomes obvious to everyone. Neville's expression did something complicated and then settled into something simple. Something that looked a lot like the beginning of trust. The first flying lesson was the following Thursday. Harry had been looking forward to it with genuine curiosity. The Locket's attunement had given him a sense of what magic felt like from the outside, as a weight or a presence, but a broomstick was magic in a different mode entirely, magic as motion, as freedom, as physical relationship with the world. He was curious what that would feel like. He got on the broom, called it up with the class, felt the wood vibrate against his palm like a living thing, and thought, yes. That's right. That's very right. What happened next was not the point of the day's lesson. The point of the day's lesson, as Madame Hooch outlined it, was to push off gently, hover briefly, and come back down. Standard procedure. Calm and controlled and introductory. What happened instead was Neville's broom, catching a gust of that September wind coming around the castle's north tower, shooting upward with Neville clinging to it in the specific way of someone who knows they're going to fall and is trying to choose the least bad moment. Harry was in the air before he'd consciously decided to go. Not recklessly, he noted, on the way up, that his angle was good and his speed was controlled, but immediately, because Neville was going to come off that broom in the next 4 seconds and the ground was 30 feet below and Harry was already moving. He caught Neville's wrist 2 seconds before Neville let go. The broom went sideways and Harry pulled them both into a controlled descent, reading the wind the same way he read rooms, feeling the shape of it, adjusting, and they came down in a stumbling but intact landing 15 feet from where they'd started. The class was completely silent for a moment. Madame Hooch looked at Harry with an expression that was trying to be stern and not entirely managing it. Neville looked at Harry with the expression of someone who has just had their life saved by a person they'd been starting to think might be genuinely extraordinary. "That was exceptional flying," Madame Hooch said, and the stern expression gave up entirely. "Neville's okay," Harry said, which was the important part. "My ankle," Neville said weakly. "We'll get that sorted," Harry said, and held his arm while Madame Hooch examined it. McGonagall appeared 20 minutes later, intercepted Harry with the focused energy of a woman walking towards something she's been planning for, and told him he was going to be the youngest house player in a century with the particular satisfaction of someone delivering news they've been holding on to. Harry said thank you and meant it, and thought, a broom. I'm going to have a broom. The locket was warm in the way it went warm for things that were good, simple, uncomplicated good. Harry had so much of the other kind, complicated, necessary, heavy, that the simple warmth of it felt almost surprising. The library at midnight was Hermione's idea, technically. Harry had suggested the research direction, she had identified the specific resource, and the specific resource was in the restricted section, which was locked after hours, which meant they needed to be there after hours. "I can get us in," Harry said, when she raised this issue. "I don't have an invisibility cloak or anything like that. But I can get us in." Hermione looked at him with the expression that meant she was deciding whether to ask or trust. She chose trust. All right. It was the locket, in the end, that handled it, not by doing anything dramatic, but by the simple mechanism of Harry holding the locked library door and feeling the lock, the way he felt enchantments, the weight and shape of it, until he understood its mechanism well enough to press his intention against it in a way that wasn't a spell but wasn't not a spell either. Intention and awareness and the thing the locket had been building in him for 7 years. The lock turned. Hermione stared at the door. "How did you?" Later, Harry said, and they went in. The library at midnight was a different place than the library in daylight. The books made sounds they didn't make during school hours, small sounds, the rustle of pages that weren't being turned, the occasional sharp report of a cover closing. The light through the tall windows was silver rather than gold and gave the shelves a depth that the day's light flattened out. It smelled more strongly of old paper and something else, the same quality of magical density that Harry associated with old things, things that had absorbed enough use to hold an impression of it. Hermione navigated directly to the target. She'd scouted the shelves earlier, which was extremely Hermione, and pulled 2 books from the high shelf with the controlled excitement of someone who has found the specific resource they've been looking for. The first was protective magic of the pre-statute era, containment, concealments, and cursed objects. The second was smaller, older, its spine repaired with a different material than the rest of its binding, Philosopher's Stone, History, Theory, and Legend. Harry picked up the second one. Hermione was already into the first, cross-referencing with the notes she'd brought. Harry opened the Philosopher's Stone text and read, quickly, with the absorptive attention that the Locket's years of quiet cultivation had made his default mode. The stone, produced by Nicholas Flamel, the only known case of successful alchemy at scale, capable of producing the elixir of life. Flamel, 600 years old, alive and in France. The stone kept at his estate since its creation. Except, Harry turned to the inside cover. The book had been published in 1978. There was a later edition date stamped in the margin in red, 1990, revised. Note, the stone's current location has been the subject of speculation following reported security concerns at Flamel's estate in 1989. Gringotts is believed to have been approached regarding secure storage. Harry looked up. Hermione. She looked up from her book. The thing in the third-floor corridor is the Philosopher's Stone, he said. Hermione looked at him. Then at the book. Then back at him. You're certain? Flamel's estate had a security breach in 1989. Gringotts was approached about storage. Dumbledore would be Flamel's contact in Britain, they've known each other for years, it's in the History of Magic chapter on Grindelwald. He turned the book so she could see the notation. Dumbledore brought it to Hogwarts. The stone makes the elixir of life. What would Voldemort want more than anything? Hermione was very pale. To come back, she said softly. Properly. A body, longevity, everything he lost when he came after my parents, Harry said. They sat with that for a moment. Outside, the castle made its night sounds, the wind on the towers, the distant shift of something large moving in the grounds. This is why Dumbledore told you, Hermione said. He didn't tell me what it was, Harry said. Just that it was there and it was a target. He was warning you, she said. In case, she stopped. In case Quirrell gets to it before Dumbledore can act, Harry said. In case it goes wrong and I'm the last line. Hermione looked at him with an expression that was both alarmed and completely without surprise, which Harry found was one of the most useful combinations available in a person. She wasn't alarmed at him. She was alarmed at the situation, which was an important distinction. Then we need to know everything, she said. We need to know what's protecting it, Harry said. The ward structure. How many layers? What each one requires. If there's a way through that doesn't require dark magic. He looked at the first book she'd pulled. Is that in there? She pulled it toward her and they both looked at the chapter she'd marked, sitting close together so both could read, the silver library light falling across the pages, the books whispering around them in their midnight language. 3 hours later they had 6 pages of Hermione's precise notes, a theory about the corridor's protection that involved at least 3 separate and deliberately incompatible magical disciplines, and a very clear picture of what Quirrell would have to do to get through each layer. None of the layers, Harry noticed, required particular physical power or magical force. They required knowledge. Each one was a puzzle built from a different magical tradition. Whoever designed these, Hermione said, assumed the person trying to get through would be powerful but not necessarily wise. Dumbledore probably designed most of them, Harry said. Then the assumption is Voldemort, she said. Who has power but whose understanding of magic is specialized. Self-serving. He wouldn't think in puzzles. He'd think in force. Quirrell is the force with the knowledge, Harry said. Together they might actually get through. He stood up and looked at the clock, nearly 3 in the morning. He looked at Hermione, who was slightly pale and utterly alert, notes in hand, hair more comprehensively disordered than usual from 3 hours of intense focus. We should go, Harry said. We should tell Dumbledore, Hermione said. Not yet, Harry said. She looked at him. Not yet, he said again, and it wasn't evasion, she could see that in his face, the precision of someone who has a reason. I want to understand more first. Right now we have a theory about Quirrell and a stone. That's not enough. Dumbledore will ask for more and I want to be able to give it. He looked at the door. And there's one more thing I want to check. What? Ragnarok told me there were additional matters connected to my family's accounts that he wanted to discuss in person, Harry said. He specifically said in person and didn't elaborate. I've been thinking about that since September. He looked at the notebook in her hands. I think those matters are connected to Quirrell. Hermione blinked. Your family's Gringotts accounts are connected to the defense professor being possessed by Voldemort. I think Gringotts was approached about storing the stone in 1989, Harry said. And I think someone made an attempt to steal it that year, which is why it was moved to Hogwarts. And I think Gringotts knows things about that attempt and about who made it that Dumbledore might not know. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. How long have you been thinking about this? Since I read that publication note 10 minutes ago, Harry said. But also since Gringotts. She stared at him. Something in her expression crossed the line from academic admiration into something more personal. You're terrifying, she said, but she said it the way someone says you're extraordinary, the genuine version. My mother built me a teacher, Harry said simply. I had years to practice paying attention. They slipped back through the darkened corridor, through the library door that locked again behind them, and up through the quiet castle to Gryffindor Tower, walking in easy silence the way you walk with someone you've stopped needing to fill the air with. At the portrait hole, Hermione said, Harry. He turned. When this gets dangerous, and I think it's going to get dangerous, she held his gaze, you're not doing it alone. He looked at her for a moment. The same expression he'd been giving Neville, not reassurance for reassurance's sake, not warmth as social lubricant, but genuine, considered, precise. Recognition of what someone actually was. I know, he said. That's why I told you. She nodded, once, the small practical nod of someone who has made a decision and is done with the uncertainty of it, and they went inside, and the Gryffindor common room was dark and empty and warm, and the fire was low, and the locket rested above Harry's heart with its steady midnight warmth. It was, he thought, doing exactly what his mother had built it to do. Not just recording. Not just teaching. But drawing to him, across the months and years and miles and however it worked, the right people. The ones who could handle the full weight of what was coming. He pressed his hand over it briefly before climbing the stairs. The library at midnight had given them three things, a name for what they were protecting, a map of how it was being threatened, and the clean and settled certainty that whatever came next, they were going to be ready for it. He was already planning his letter to Ragnarok. Chapter 5. What Neville knows. The letter to Ragnarok went out on a Tuesday morning via Athena, who took the sealed parchment with the focused dignity of an owl who understood that some correspondence was more important than others and adjusted her flight accordingly. Harry watched her go from the Ollery window, the early November cold coming off the hills in waves that smelled like rain in coming winter. Below, the grounds were the bronze and grey of late autumn, the lake flat and dark under a sky that hadn't decided whether to commit to clouds. He stood there for a moment after Athena disappeared, hands in his pockets, thinking. The letter had been careful. Precise. He'd written it 3 times, each draft tighter than the last, until what remained was exactly what he needed to say and nothing that could be misread or intercepted usefully. He'd asked Ragnarok about the 1989 security event at Flamel's estate. He'd asked about any parties identified in connection with that event. He'd asked, carefully, whether Gringotts had any outstanding concerns about the current security of items they'd been approached to store that year. He hadn't mentioned Quirrell by name. He hadn't mentioned Hogwarts. He trusted Ragnarok to read between the lines, because Ragnarok struck him as a person who lived between lines professionally. He turned from the window and went down to breakfast. The corridor conversation happened by accident, the way the most significant conversations tend to. November had brought Quidditch practices that left Harry's hands red with cold and his mind very pleasantly emptied of everything except wind and height and the instinctive mathematics of pursuit. Oliver Wood had turned out to be a captain of intense and specific conviction, the kind of person for whom Quidditch existed in a category of things that mattered on the level of oxygen, and Harry had found he didn't mind this. It was refreshing to be around someone whose passion was entirely uncomplicated. He was coming back from practice on a Thursday evening, still in his Quidditch robes, broom over his shoulder, when he nearly walked into Neville in the corridor outside the changing rooms. Neville was sitting against the wall with his knees pulled up and the look of someone who'd been there for a while. He'd been crying recently, not currently, but recently, the particular residue of it that stays in someone's face for 20 minutes or so after. He straightened when he saw Harry and did the thing he always did, the automatic apology assembling in his expression. "Don't," Harry said, and sat down against the wall next to him. Neville blinked. "You don't have to explain or apologize," Harry said. "I was just going back to the tower. I've got time." Neville was quiet for a moment. The corridor was empty, the sounds of the castle muffled by stone and distance. A torch on the wall opposite burned with the slightly orange light that castle torches had after dark, different from the daytime version. "Draco Malfoy," Neville said finally. Harry had been aware of Malfoy since the first day, hard not to be. Malfoy occupied space with the certainty of someone who had been told from birth that the space was his by right, which gave him a particular quality of presence, loud without effort, cruel without heat, the kind of casual contempt that doesn't require anger because it doesn't conceive of its targets as things that can get angry back. He'd tried it on Harry once, in the first week, with the easy confidence of someone who had never had it not work. Harry had looked at him. Just looked. With the full accumulated weight of everything the Locket had built in him, 7 years of learning to read intent, to feel the shape of what people were doing and why. He'd looked at Malfoy and Malfoy had felt himself being read and found insufficient and had walked away without finishing his sentence, which had clearly been a new experience and not a pleasant one. Malfoy had not tried it on Harry again. He'd redirected at Ron, at Hermione, and most consistently at Neville, who hadn't yet learned to give back the specific quality of look that made Malfoy recalibrate. "What did he do?" Harry asked. "It wasn't just today," Neville said. "It's been since September. He takes my things. Remembrals, practice equipment, library books. He just walks up and takes them and then looks at me like he's waiting for me to do something about it. He was looking at his hands. And I never do anything about it. Because you're not certain what to do," Harry said. "Not because you're a coward." Neville looked at him sideways. "It feels the same from the inside." "I know," Harry said. "It used to. There's a difference between being afraid and letting the fear make your decisions. You're afraid of Malfoy. But the reason you haven't done anything isn't fear, it's, you've been taught that standing up for yourself makes things worse." He felt the truth of this from experience, from 7 years of learning the mechanics of situations where power was being used to flatten you. That's not cowardice. That's adapted survival. "But you're not at Privet Drive anymore." Neville looked at him for a long moment. "Privet Drive?" "Where I grew up," Harry said. "Different specific situation, same dynamic. Someone with structural power using it on someone they've decided can't fight back." He looked at the torch opposite. "The trick is figuring out what you actually have available to you. Malfoy expects a certain kind of response, either capitulation or the kind of confrontation he knows how to handle. He doesn't know how to handle someone who simply refuses to play the game he set up." Neville was very quiet. Then he said, "My Gran told me about you. About your parents. About what you are to the magical world." He said it carefully, not unkindly. "She said you'd probably be arrogant." "She's not the first," Harry said. "You're not, though," Neville said. "I've had good reasons to stay grounded," Harry said. Another silence, longer, more comfortable. The kind that settles between people when the surface conversation has cleared away enough to let something more real come through. "Can I tell you something?" Neville said. "Sure," Harry said. Neville was quiet for a moment more, organizing it. "My parents," he said. "Do you know about my parents?" Harry knew the basic shape of it. He'd read enough of the Ministry's historical documentation over the summer to know that Frank and Alice Longbottom had been Aurors, that they'd been tortured into permanent incapacity by Bellatrix Lestrange and others in the weeks after Voldemort's first fall, that they were in St. Mungo's. He knew the outlines. He could tell that Neville wanted to fill them in. "Tell me," Harry said. Neville told him. It came out slowly, with the particular quality of something that has never been said out loud before, not because it was secret, everyone in the magical world knew the broad strokes, but because saying it out loud to someone who was actually listening made it real in a different way. He talked about visiting his parents on school breaks. About his mother who sometimes gave him sweet wrappers and smiled, who didn't know him but was always gentle. About his father who stared at the ceiling and rarely moved. About his gran who loved him fiercely and was chronically disappointed in him because she measured him against what his father had been, what his father would have been, and found the gap unbridgeable. He talked about growing up knowing what had happened, carrying it the way you carry something heavy that you've never been able to set down because there's no surface at the right height. Harry listened. He didn't offer solutions or reframes, this wasn't a herbology essay. He just listened, which was what Neville needed, and the corridor was quiet around them, and when Neville finished talking neither of them said anything for a while. Then Neville said, "I think Gran always wished it was me instead of them. That I'd been, I don't know. Taken, instead. So they'd be okay." "She doesn't wish that," Harry said. "You don't know her." "No," Harry agreed. "But I know what wishing someone away looks like. It makes people avoid you, move around you, treat you like a problem. Your gran pushes at you because she's scared you'll be hurt the way they were hurt. That's not the same thing." Neville digested this. Then, slowly, "You said your family it wasn't good." "The people I grew up with weren't family," Harry said. "Not in any way that counts. They were people I lived with. My family are people like my mum, who I never met but who spent the last weeks of her life making sure I'd be okay." He looked at the locket through habit, felt its warmth. "And people I've chosen since." Neville looked at him. "You're in that category, for what it's worth," Harry said. Neville opened his mouth and then closed it. Then he said, with the enormous seriousness of a 12-year-old who doesn't say things he doesn't mean, "You're my best friend." Harry felt something sharp and clean behind his ribs. "Ron's going to be devastated," he said. Neville laughed, proper laughter, surprised out of him, the kind that runs through your whole body. It transformed his face entirely. Harry looked at him and thought, there you are. There's who you actually are. They sat there for another few minutes, and then Neville said, in a different tone, quieter, more deliberate, the tone of someone who has decided something, "The night it happened. My parents. I was there." Harry went still. "I was 16 months old," Neville said. "Obviously I don't remember it. But my gran told me the whole story when I was 8 because she said I deserved to know." He looked at his hands again. "Bellatrix and the others came to our house. They thought my father knew where Voldemort had gone. After he fell." He paused. "They thought Frank knew because he'd been investigating something. Some kind of magic Voldemort had been working on. Something to do with staying alive." He looked up at Harry. "Staying alive even after his body was destroyed." Harry's attention sharpened in a way that went all the way through him. "My dad had found something," Neville said. "Gran told me he'd sent a report to Dumbledore the day before it happened. That the report was what got them targeted. That Bellatrix found out about the report and came to find out what he discovered before Dumbledore could act on it." His voice was steady, he'd clearly been through this story enough times internally that the saying of it was a different thing from the feeling of it. "My gran has always said that if Dad had just kept quiet for one more day, Dumbledore would have had the information and they'd never have needed to go after Dad for it." Harry was looking at him very directly. "What was in the report?" Harry said. "Gran doesn't know the whole thing. She knows it was about an anchor. A way of surviving death, not the elixir, something older. Something Voldemort had made." Neville paused. "She called it a word I didn't know. She only said it once. I asked her to repeat it and she wouldn't." "What was the word?" Harry said. Neville looked at him. "Horcrux." The word landed in the corridor like a stone dropped into water. Harry felt it hit and spread, the rings of implication moving outward from the center. He sat with it. Turned it over. Cross-referenced it against everything he'd read and assembled and been building since the library 3 weeks ago. The Philosopher's Stone. The Elixir of Life. And something called a Horcrux. 2 separate mechanisms for immortality, both connected to Voldemort, both suddenly very present in Harry's world. Have you ever looked up what that word means? Harry said. I tried, Neville said. I went to the library when I was 9 and I couldn't find it anywhere. I asked Gran and she went white and told me to never say it again, and that was the end of that. It'll be in the restricted section, Harry said immediately. Probably deep in. The kind of thing that gets removed from general circulation because it's too dangerous to have available. Neville blinked. You're going to look it up? Yes, Harry said. Is it connected to? Neville gestured vaguely in the direction of everything Harry had been doing since September, the late library nights, the quiet intensity, the conversations with Hermione that stopped when anyone else came near. Possibly, Harry said. Probably. He looked at Neville. You should have told me this sooner. I didn't know it was relevant, Neville said. Neither did I until 30 seconds ago, Harry said. But this is important, Neville. What your father discovered, what got him targeted, it might be the whole thing. The core of what Voldemort built. He stood, pulled Neville up by the arm in the easy physical way he'd adopted with people he trusted, and started walking. Come on. Where are we going? To find Hermione, Harry said. And then to the library. It's dinner time, Neville said. We'll eat after. Hermione took the word Horcrux the way she took most significant new information. She went very still, wrote it down, underlined it twice, and then looked up with the expression of someone reorganizing a large internal structure. That would explain it, she said. Explain what? Ron said. He was at the table with them, chess set out but abandoned, eating a roll he'd brought from the Great Hall because Harry had communicated the library's importance with enough conviction that Ron had decided to attend even though he'd already worked out the library had no food in it. Voldemort surviving, Hermione said. His body was destroyed 10 years ago. But if he'd done something, some kind of magic to anchor his soul outside his body, he'd still exist. Weakly, dangerously, without form. But exist. That's what the stone is for, Harry said. He's been existing in some degraded state for 10 years. The stone would give him the elixir of life. A new body. Full power. So Quirrell isn't just trying to get a powerful object, Neville said, following it through with the careful step-by-step logic of someone who thinks precisely if not quickly. He's trying to resurrect his master. Who is his master? Ron said, with the expression of someone who has said something obvious and isn't sure if it's helpful. Right? Voldemort's in Quirrell somehow. At or in, Harry said. Some form of possession or attachment. That's what the heaviness is. There's more than one magical entity present when Quirrell is in a room. The locket can feel the difference. Ron looked at the locket. He'd known about it since the train. Harry hadn't explained the full picture but had given enough for Ron to understand its general nature, and he had the Weasley quality of taking unusual things in stride once he'd been given a moment to normalize them. So you've been feeling Voldemort sitting in defense class, he said. Not Voldemort precisely, Harry said. Something that's what Voldemort became after his body was destroyed. A fragment. Deeply unpleasant. Deeply unpleasant, Ron repeated. Right, yeah. That's one word for it. We need to find the Horcrux material, Hermione said, back to her notes. If there are written records of the magic Voldemort used, they'd tell us the full scope of what we're dealing with. Whether the stone alone is enough for him or whether there's more to his plan. My father's report went to Dumbledore, Neville said quietly. Everyone looked at him. My gran said Frank sent a report to Dumbledore the day before Bellatrix came, Neville said. If Dumbledore received it, if it survived, he'll know about Horcruxes already. He paused. Which means Dumbledore knows what Voldemort actually is. What he actually made himself into. The table was quiet. And he still put the stone here, Hermione said, slowly, working through the implication. In the school. Knowing Voldemort exists in some form, knowing the nature of his immortality magic, he wanted to draw him out, Harry said. Like I said before. The stone isn't just safe here, it's bait. Dumbledore knows Voldemort will come for it because Voldemort needs it, and this is a controlled environment where Dumbledore can monitor what happens. He looked at the table. He planned to let Quirrell get most of the way through and then close the trap. That's an enormous risk, Hermione said. It is, Harry agreed. Especially if something goes wrong, Ron said. Especially then, Harry said. Which is why I want to know what's in the corridor before it comes to that. We need to actually get in there, Ron said. Not just theorize about it from the library. Harry looked at him. Yes. Ron straightened slightly. Right then. How? Not yet, Harry said. We're not ready. We go in when we know what we're walking into and have a plan for getting through it. He looked at all three of them around the table. But soon. The troll happened on Halloween and was not, in any meaningful sense, part of Harry's plan. It announced itself through the screaming, a long, echoing scream that traveled the corridors like a stone skipping water, bouncing off stone walls and multiplying until it was impossible to tell where it started. Harry was coming back from the bathroom near the Great Hall when the screaming began and the ghost started moving fast and the teacher voices started in the concentrated, controlled urgent tones of adults managing an emergency. Troll in the dungeon, Professor Quirrell announced, staggering into the Great Hall with his turban lopsided and his eyes very wide. Thought you ought to know. Then he fainted, which Harry noted had been performed with slightly too much precision to be entirely genuine. The chaos was immediate. Prefects moving students toward dormitories, teachers splitting off in different directions, Dumbledore's voice cutting through the noise like a conductor stopping an orchestra. Harry stood in the corridor outside the Great Hall and thought one clear thought, Hermione. She hadn't come to the Halloween feast. He'd registered her absence and hadn't thought much of it. Hermione sometimes ate in the library, but now, standing in a castle with a troll in it and 4 houses worth of students moving in the wrong direction, he ran the calculation fast and decisively. She was somewhere in the castle, alone, and there was a troll. He moved. Ron caught up with him in the next corridor, having clearly run the same calculation. Hermione, Ron said. Girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor, Harry said, because Hermione had a specific bathroom she used when she wanted to avoid the common room, and she'd mentioned it once, and Harry remembered everything. She goes there when she's upset. Is she upset? Ron asked, running beside him. Since this morning, yes. Draco said something in potions. Harry rounded the corner and took the stairs at speed, 2 at a time. He said her parents were embarrassing for sending her here. Ron's jaw set. Prat. The smell hit them before the corridor did, the specific dense animal smell of something large and deeply unintelligent. Harry slowed from sprint to careful walk and put his hand out to slow Ron too. They moved to the bathroom door. Harry pushed it open. The troll was 12 feet of gray-green muscle and bad decisions, and it had already found Hermione, who was backed against the far wall of the bathroom with her hand pressed to her mouth and her eyes doing the calculation between the troll and the door with the focused intensity of someone who understands that the mathematics are not in her favor. She saw Harry. She didn't call for help and she didn't look relieved so much as she looked like someone incorporating a new variable. The troll turned at the sound of the door. Harry looked at it. The troll was big and it was strong and it was between them and Hermione, and the stone walls of the bathroom were too close for anyone to maneuver around it without getting hit. He ran a fast assessment. The troll's club arm was on the left, it was moving toward Hermione, its eyes were small and tracked motion easily. Troll, Harry said conversationally. The troll stopped. It wasn't used to things addressing it. Ron, Harry said, without taking his eyes off the troll. Get around the left side. Don't let it get its swing back. Hermione, when it turns to track Ron, come right. I can't, Ron started. Yes, you can, Harry said. You're faster than it is. Don't think about the size. Think about the angle. The troll took a step toward Harry. Harry's wand was in his hand, he'd drawn it without fully deciding to, the way the locket had always smoothed his reflexes, and he thought about what he knew, what he could actually do at 11 years old with 6 weeks of Hogwarts education and whatever the locket had built in him. He wasn't going to outpower a mountain troll. But the locket's attunement wasn't about power. It was about awareness, about feeling the shape of a thing. The troll was angry and confused and moving on instinct. Its instinct was toward motion. If nothing moved, everyone stop, Harry said quietly. Ron froze. Hermione was already still. Harry stood completely motionless. The troll stopped. It looked around. Its eyes tracked left, then right. It was, Harry could feel it, deeply disoriented by the cessation of stimulus. Now, Harry said, Ron, left. Hermione, right. Ron went left with surprising speed for someone his size. The troll's head whipped toward him. Hermione came right, fast and low, and reached Harry in 3 seconds, and Harry pulled her toward the door, and then the troll's club came down and took out a row of sinks in a cascade of water and porcelain, and the 3 of them were in the corridor, and Harry pulled the bathroom door shut behind them. The sound of the troll demolishing plumbing in the bathroom echoed through the door. They stood in the corridor. Hermione had her hand pressed over her mouth. Ron was breathing fast. Harry was looking at the bathroom door with the expression of someone finishing an analysis. Harry, Hermione said. He turned. You told a 12-foot troll to stop, she said, and it stopped. For about 4 seconds, Harry said. That was enough, Ron said. That was the idea, Harry said. Hermione looked at him. She was shaking slightly, the aftermath of the fear, the body doing what the mind had held off while it was needed. Harry recognized the delayed reaction from his own experience of it. He put his hand on her shoulder, briefly, the steady-up gesture. She straightened. Then, with the absolute Hermione-ness of the thing, thank you, she said. Both of you. It was his idea, Ron said, with the generosity of someone who has decided that the real victory is being on the winning side. It was all 3 of us, Harry said. Ron's speed, your stillness, the plan. He looked at them both. Equally. McGonagall found them 2 minutes later, arriving with Snape and Quirrell. She was magnificent in her fury, the controlled, exacting fury of someone for whom fury serves a purpose. All 3 of them accepted the lecture with the appropriate gravity, and Hermione saved Ron from the worst of the points deduction with the technically true if incomplete explanation that she'd gone to deal with the troll herself and they'd come to help. Harry watched Quirrell during the exchange with the corridor's teachers. The defense professor's turban was still slightly askew. While McGonagall was occupied with Hermione, Quirrell's eyes moved to Harry with an expression that was not curiosity or even wariness but something more specific. Calculation. Harry met the look directly. He felt the locket go cold and still, the same cold it had produced in the defense classroom, but stronger now, concentrated, deliberate. Like something behind Quirrell's eyes had noticed the locket and was doing its own analysis. Then Quirrell looked away, and the turban straightened, and the expression went back to stammering uncertainty, and the corridor moment was over. But something had changed. Harry had the feeling, precise and unambiguous, that the awareness was now mutual. Quirrell, or the thing inside Quirrell, knew that Harry Potter was watching. Athena returned on a Saturday morning 9 days after Harry's letter went out, landing on the breakfast table with the focused authority of an owl who expects her mail to be taken seriously. She extended her leg. Harry untied the response with quick fingers and opened it. Ragnar's handwriting was compact and angular, each letter made with the precision of someone for whom language was a contractual tool. Mr. Potter, your inquiries have been noted and addressed in the following order. The security event at the Flamel estate in 1989 involved an attempted breach of the primary storage vault. The attempt was unsuccessful. The party identified in connection with the attempt was subsequently traced to the remnants of a network associated with a known dark practitioner whose activities Gringotts has monitored since 1970. Following the 1989 event, the item in question was relocated to a more secure environment at the request of its owner and in consultation with a party whose identity I will not commit to parchment. Gringotts retains outstanding concerns about this item's security that have not been fully resolved to our satisfaction. These concerns are active. Harry, read the next paragraph. Regarding the matter you have not explicitly asked about but which your questions clearly reference, Gringotts is aware of the nature of certain magical constructs associated with the practitioner in question. We have been aware of this for some years. Our awareness predates the events of 1981. Your mother consulted with Gringotts artificers on this matter and others in the months before her death. The full documentation of those consultations is sealed in the Potter Vault and available to you at your convenience. He read the last paragraph. You are, Mr. Potter, 11 years old. Gringotts is not in the habit of advising minors in matters of dark magic. However, your mother was not in the habit of doing things by half measures, and you appear to have inherited that quality. The director will be available to meet with you at the end of your winter term. There are things he would prefer to say in person. Until then, be careful of the thing you are watching. It is not entirely what it appears to be, even to itself. Harry read that last sentence twice. Not entirely what it appears to be, even to itself. He folded the letter and looked across the table at Hermione, who had watched him read with the patient attention of someone waiting for data. He slid the letter across. She read it. Her eyes moved quickly, then slowed at the last paragraph, then moved back to the beginning. She set it down. Your mother consulted with Gringotts about Horcruxes, she said quietly. Yes, Harry said. Before she died, Hermione said. Before she died, Harry agreed. Ron leaned over, read the letter sideways, and sat back. Not entirely what it appears to be, even to itself, he repeated. What does that mean? I think it means Quirrell doesn't fully understand what's in him, Harry said. Or what it's doing to him. Voldemort is using him, Neville said. He'd come to sit with them in the past few weeks with the quiet ease of someone finding their table. He said it carefully, with the weight of someone who knows about being used by larger forces in ways you didn't choose. Yes, Harry said. Does that change anything? Ron asked. Harry thought about Quirrell's face in the corridor after the troll. The calculation in that look. Whatever was behind Quirrell's eyes had felt Harry watching and had begun its own accounting. The game had changed from Harry watching a threat to a mutual awareness, two parties who knew the other was present and informed. It means we move faster, Harry said. And it means when it comes to the corridor, it comes soon. Hermione was looking at him with the expression she wore when she'd made a decision she knew was going to be complicated and had decided to make it anyway. We need to know what's in there, she said. All of it. Every layer. I know someone who might know, Ron said, unexpectedly. Everyone looked at him. Percy, Ron said, slightly sheepish. My brother. He's a prefect, he does rounds on the 3rd floor. He complained about it in a letter last month, said the corridor was horrible, something about a smell. He shrugged. He knows what's in there. Percy knows everything that's a rule, and the rule is no one goes in, which means Percy's looked up why. Harry looked at him. Can you get the information without tipping him off to what we're planning? Ron gave him the look of a younger sibling who has spent 11 years extracting information from older ones. Percy can't resist being asked something he knows the answer to, he said. I'll write him tonight. Harry nodded. He looked around the table, Ron with his chess player's appreciation of the board, Neville with his specific and devastating piece of family knowledge, Hermione with her notes and her precision, and felt something that wasn't quite pride but lived in the same territory. His mother's letter, be bold, don't let anyone tell you who you're supposed to be. He pressed his hand over the locket briefly. All right, he said. Here's what we know and here's what we need. The stone is in the corridor. Quirrell is moving toward it, and he knows I'm watching. Gringotts has documentation that's waiting for me in the vault. Neville's father found the key piece of information and almost no one knows it. And we have until the end of term, maybe less. He looked at the table. We're not waiting for Dumbledore to manage this. We're not waiting for the trap to close on its own. We're going to understand every piece of this before it comes to a head, and when it does, we're going to be the ones who end it. Nobody argued. Nobody needed to. The locket was warm and steady and sure. Outside, November was moving into December, the grounds going frost-white in the mornings and the sky hardening toward winter. Somewhere in the castle, Professor Quirrell was teaching defense against the dark arts to second years with a stammer that came and went, and behind his eyes something very old and very patient was doing its own planning. Two things converging toward the same corridor. Harry had 7 years of preparation, a locket full of his mother's love made into something useful, and 3 people who'd decided he was worth following into the dangerous parts of this. He thought that was probably enough. Chapter 6, The Ledger and the Law. The Ministry Owl arrived on a Wednesday. Not to Harry, to McGonagall, which Harry only knew because he saw it come down at the teacher's table during breakfast and watched her read it with the expression she used for things that required immediate management. She looked up once, directly at Harry, with a gaze that contained several things at once, and then folded the letter into her robes and went back to her tea with the deliberate composure of someone who has decided that breakfast is not the time. Harry returned to his porridge and waited. She found him after Transfiguration, while the rest of the class was filing out. A moment, Potter. He stayed. She waited until the last student, Seamus, characteristically dawdling, had cleared the doorway, then turned from the board and looked at him with the direct, assessing quality that was her default when she decided someone deserved the unvarnished version. "You've been contacted by the Ministry," she said. "Not a question." "Not directly," Harry said. "Gringotts initiated the reports. I authorized them." "You authorized reports to the Department of Magical Child Welfare, the Guardian Oversight Board, and the Magical Muggle Relations Subcommittee." She folded her hands on her desk. "Among others." "Yes," Harry said. "And you did this," she said, with the particular precision of someone building towards something, with full knowledge that it would generate significant institutional attention. "Yes," Harry said. McGonagall looked at him for a long moment. The afternoon light through the Transfiguration classroom windows fell across her desk in long rectangles, and the room smelled of singed wood from the practical component of the lesson. Her expression had that complicated quality that adults get when they're trying to reconcile their professional role with a more personal response. "The Dursleys won't come," Harry said. "They have been formally required to attend," McGonagall said. "They'll come, then," Harry said. "But it won't change anything they say." McGonagall was quiet for a moment. "Potter," she said, and the professional armor shifted fractionally, enough for something else to come through, "I want you to know that the staff of this school, that I should have known." She said it precisely, in the way of someone who has decided that the word sorry is insufficient and has chosen to be specific instead. The placement should have been monitored. It wasn't. Harry looked at her. He thought about what he'd said to Dumbledore in the garden. "I want it on the record, I want everyone who should have been paying attention to know exactly what that choice cost." He thought about what he'd said to Petunia, "You knew, and you chose not to tell me." He'd made his accounting of the people who'd failed him, and it had been precise and it had been enough, and carrying it further than that was a weight he'd declined to pick up. "I know," he said to McGonagall. "Thank you for saying it." Her jaw was set in a particular way that suggested she was holding something back. "The hearing will be comprehensive," she said, returning to the practical. "Gringotts will present their account. You will be asked to speak. I would strongly suggest you prepare." She looked at him over her glasses. "Though I suspect you already have." "Since August," Harry said. Something crossed her face that might have been, in a different context, a smile. "Of course you have," she said. "You may go." He wrote to Ragnarok that evening with the hearing date and received a reply by the following morning that was efficient and complete. Gringotts would have representation present, the full account documentation would be formally submitted in advance, and Director Ragnarok himself would attend. The letter's tone had the particular warmth of someone who has been waiting for exactly this sequence of events and finds its arrival satisfying. He wrote to the Dursleys too. It was a short letter. The ministry hearing is on December 16th. You have been formally required to attend. I will be there. The Gringotts documentation will be presented in full. I would recommend being honest, the record is complete. Harry, he didn't add anything softer to it. Softness would have been dishonest, and he had no interest in performing a reconciliation he didn't feel. He sent it with a school owl and went to Quidditch practice and flew until his hands were numb and his mind was clean and simple, all the competing complexities of the winter term reduced to wind and speed and the distant flash of a snitch catching the grey December light. Percy Weasley's letter arrived the following week, addressed to Ron, who read it at breakfast with the expression of someone navigating a text that is simultaneously useful and exhausting. Right, Ron said, pushing the letter across to Harry. Percy's response to "What's in the third-floor corridor" is, predictably, a 4-page letter about how we shouldn't be asking and why, with the actual answer buried in paragraph 3. Harry found paragraph 3. The corridor contains a series of protective enchantments placed by the teaching staff of Hogwarts as well as at least one external contributor. The full sequence, as best as I can determine from the information available to prefects, is as follows. 1. A guard creature of significant size and temperament on the ground level. I've heard Hagrid's name mentioned in connection with this, which tells you something. 2. Some kind of enchanted botanical obstacle. 3. A flight of some variety. Likely a key and lock configuration given what Flitwick has been working on this term. 4. Something chess-related, I suspect from Professor McGonagall's involvement. 5. A creature obstacle. 6. A potions logic puzzle, strongly rumored to be Snape's contribution, and finally, 7, the object itself, with its own protection I don't know the nature of. Do not go in there, Ron. I'm serious. The prefect's briefing made it very clear. Chess, Ron said, reading over Harry's shoulder. He said it with a particular quality, not boasting, but the recognition of someone who has just realized their specific competence is relevant. Fourth layer, Harry said. I can do that, Ron said. I can absolutely do that. He looked at the letter. What else can we do? You for chess, Harry said, working through it. Hermione for the potions puzzle, logic, her strength. He thought about the botanical obstacle. Neville for the plant layer, probably. What about the key? Hermione said, reading the letter over Ron's other shoulder. Flying, Harry said. That's mine. The creature at the beginning, Neville said. Hagrid. Which means it's something he'd consider a reasonable guard. Which means it's large and loyal. A dog, Ron said. Hagrid's always going on about dogs. A very large dog, Harry said. He thought about Hagrid's idea of a reasonable pet, the warmth and the scale of the man, the unironic affection for things that could kill you, and thought, 3 heads, maybe. Why stop at one when you love dogs that much? We can get past a dog, Hermione said. We can, Harry said. I know the spell. He'd read it in one of the non-required books he'd bought at Flourish and Blots, a charm that induced deep and immediate sleep in animals, old magic, preclassification, the kind of thing that didn't make it into standard first-year texts but sat quietly in the margins of older volumes. He'd read it in October and filed it under possibly relevant without knowing why. The locket had been warm while he read it. We go after the hearing, Harry said. We'll be back from London for the last few days of term. That's when we move. Why after the hearing? Hermione asked. Because I want my head clear for London, Harry said. And because Quirrell is running out of time. He'll make his attempt over the holiday, fewer students, less supervision. If we go in just before Christmas, we'll either stop him or know the path well enough to stop him when he tries. He looked at the table. Either way, we're not leaving for the holiday with this unresolved. The Ministry of Magic was underground and enormous and smelled like old paper and institutional permanence, the specific smell of a building that has been managing things for so long it has forgotten what it was like to not be managing things. Harry walked through the golden fireplaces of the atrium on December 16 with Dumbledore beside him and the locket warm against his chest and felt the building's magic the way he felt all old buildings, deep and heavy and dense with intention, the accumulated weight of hundreds of years of decisions pressing down through the floors. Ragnarok was already there when they arrived. He was standing in the atrium with two other goblins Harry didn't know and Sharpclaw, whose expression at seeing Harry contained the same small recalibrating warmth as the first time they'd met. Ragnarok himself was in formal Gringotts dress, the dark suit of the banking hall, but with additional severity, a quality of this is the version that comes to important meetings that communicated itself without announcement. He nodded to Harry. Harry nodded back. Dumbledore greeted Ragnarok with the particular warmth of two people who have a long and complicated history and have made a professional peace with its complications. Ragnarok received it with the equanimity of someone who has made their own accounting and is comfortable with where it stands. They went down to the hearing room. The Dursleys were already seated. Harry hadn't seen them since September. Vernon was in his best suit, the dark blue one he wore to important Grunnings functions, and looked as though someone had starched not just his collar but his entire interior. Petunia was beside him, upright and thin, hands folded in her lap. Dudley was in a chair 2 down from his parents and looked profoundly miserable in a way that was somewhat more genuine than his parents' discomfort. The room itself was circular, high-ceilinged, with benches arranged in a wide arc facing a central table. It had the atmosphere of a place where important things had been decided badly and then improved upon, the accumulated revision of a long institutional history. There were 5 ministry officials at the central table. Harry had their names from the advance documentation Ragnarok had sent, a subcommittee chair, 2 representatives from the Guardian Oversight Board, a Magical Muggle Relations liaison, and, in the center seat, a senior official from Magical Child Welfare whose name was Arabella Finch and whose face, when she looked at Harry as he entered, held an expression of someone who has read a very long document and been changed by it. Harry sat at the table designated for the affected party. Dumbledore sat to his right. Ragnarok sat to his left, the Gringotts satchel, familiar from number 4, Privet Drive, open in front of him. Finch opened the hearing. This review concerns the documented treatment of Harry James Potter, minor, during the period of residence at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, from the 21st of November, 1981 to the present. She had a voice that was professionally neutral in a way that was its own kind of comment. Gringotts Wizarding Bank has submitted a full account under the witness Locket provisions of the Magical Muggle Accord, 1847. This account has been verified and sealed. The Ministry has reviewed all documentation submitted in advance. We are here to hear formal statements and to determine appropriate action. She looked at the Dursleys. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. You have been provided with the summary documentation. Do you dispute the account's findings? Vernon opened his mouth. His solicitor, a Muggle law firm, Harry noticed, who clearly had no idea what they'd walked into, put a hand on his arm. My clients acknowledge the documented events, the solicitor said carefully, while disputing the characterization of, the account does not characterize, Ragnarok said, from Harry's left. His voice had the quality of a dropped stone. The account documents dates, times, durations, severity markers. The Locket does not editorialize. The solicitor looked at Ragnarok with the expression of a person who has entered a room and found the room was not what they expected. Nevertheless, Mr. Director, Finch said, the account documentation has been accepted. We are not relitigating its findings. She looked at Vernon. The question is not whether these events occurred. The question is what remediation the Ministry requires and what action serves Harry Potter's interests going forward. She looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, she said, you are here because we wanted to hear from you directly. Not through representation, not through documentation. From you. She had the quality of someone who was taking her responsibility to this moment seriously. Will you speak? Yes, Harry said. The room was very quiet. He was aware of the Dursleys at the end of the arc, Vernon's face like a fist, Petunia with her chin up and her eyes somewhere slightly to the left of where Harry was sitting. He was aware of Dumbledore beside him, steady and very still. Of Ragnarok, whose presence beside him felt like standing next to something built of principle. He thought about what he wanted to say and what he didn't. He thought about his mother writing for Harry on the back of a locket. He thought about 7,412 reported incidents, all those meals, all those bruises, all that small grinding steady deprivation. He thought about what he told Neville in the corridor, the trick is figuring out what you actually have available to you. What he had available to him was the truth, clearly stated, without performance. I grew up in a cupboard, Harry said. Literally, the cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive. I slept there until I was 11 years old. For the first year, I didn't know my parents' names. I didn't know I was a wizard. I didn't know there was a world where who I was meant something. I knew that I was fed less than my cousin and hit when things went wrong and told that I was nothing. He kept his voice level. Not cold, level. The difference mattered. Cold was an effect. Level was just true. I found my mother's locket when I was 4. Before that I have almost no reliable memories, which I think tells you something about what that time was like. Finch was writing. Around the room's arc, the officials were writing. I'm not here because I want the Dursleys punished, Harry said. I said that at Privet Drive when Mr. Sharpclaw came and I mean it now. Punishment without understanding is just more of the same pattern. He looked down the arc at Vernon, who was staring at the table. I'm here because a child was placed in that house by adults who had the means and the responsibility to monitor what was happening, and those adults didn't. That's the part that needs to change. Not just for me, for any child who comes after me in a situation like mine. He looked at Finch. The Wizarding Guardian Oversight Board has a mandate to review placements of magical children in Muggle households. I've read the legislation. The review process requires a check-in within 6 months of placement and annually after that. I was placed in November 1981. There is no record of any review visit. Not in 11 years. He paused. I'd like to know why. The room was quiet. Finch looked at the Guardian Oversight Board representatives, who looked at each other with the quality of people receiving a question they'd hoped wouldn't come. The placement was made under exceptional circumstances, one of them said, carefully. At the recommendation of Albus Dumbledore, Harry said. Dumbledore did not flinch. He was sitting with his hands folded and his expression carrying the weight of someone who has chosen to be fully present for their accounting. Yes, the official said. The headmaster requested that the placement be made outside the standard monitoring process. For security reasons. The blood ward protections, Harry said. I know. I've discussed this with Professor Dumbledore. He looked at Dumbledore. He's acknowledged that the monitoring failure was wrong. Dumbledore said, clearly and without decoration, it was wrong. I made a decision that prioritized one form of safety over another, and the cost of that decision was paid by Harry. It should not have been. The room absorbed that. What I want, Harry said, returning to Finch, is 3 things. First, a formal revision of the monitoring requirements for all magical children placed in Muggle households, with mandatory independent visits that cannot be waived at a headmaster's request. Second, a full review of existing placements under similar circumstances to mine, because I am very unlikely to be the only one. He paused. Third, the Dursleys' compliance with the Gringotts remediation agreement, which they've already signed, to be legally registered with both Muggle and Wizarding authorities so it has teeth in both systems. He stopped. Finch put her pen down and looked at him with an expression that was not maternal or pitying but something more direct. The expression of one professional recognizing another. Mr. Potter, she said. You're 11. Yes, Harry said. These requests, she said, are reasonable, comprehensive, and exactly the kind of systemic intervention that this subcommittee has been trying to implement for years. She glanced at her colleagues. The resistance has been institutional rather than principled. Her tone was dry. You've made it considerably harder to continue that resistance. I know, Harry said. Yes, Vernon said. It came out flat and depleted, all the purple drained out of him by the last 2 hours. Petunia said nothing. She was looking at Harry with an expression he'd never seen on her face before, not the pinched, effortful blankness she usually deployed, but something raw, something that had been underneath the blankness all along. He couldn't name it exactly. It wasn't guilt, entirely. It wasn't grief. It was something in between, something that happened when you'd been making a choice for 11 years and then sat in a room and watched someone describe the full cost of it. Harry looked back at her steadily. He didn't offer absolution because absolution wasn't his to give and wouldn't have been honest anyway. But he didn't look away, and he didn't perform anger, and after a moment she was the one who looked down. After the hearing adjourned, in the marble corridor outside, Dumbledore stood with Harry while Ragnarok spoke with the ministry officials and the Dursleys were escorted out by their bewildered solicitor. You prepared that statement very carefully, Dumbledore said. Since August, Harry said. The systemic request, Dumbledore said. The monitoring revision, the review of other placements. That was not in your original statement to Gringotts. I've had 3.5 months to think about it, Harry said. And I'm probably not the only magical child in a bad placement. That seemed more important than anything specifically about me. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, looking at some middle distance. Your mother argued for systemic changes too, he said. When she was at school and when she was not. She always thought in terms of the structure rather than the individual instance. He looked at Harry. You are very much her child. You keep saying that, Harry said. Because it keeps being true, Dumbledore said, and the sadness in it was genuine and old and had no performance in it at all. They stood together in the ministry corridor, the noise of the institution around them, distant voices and the crack of apparition somewhere above. Harry looked at the gold-tiled walls and thought about his mother in these same corridors, in some form, at some point, probably arguing with someone about something that mattered and winning. There's something else, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. Neville Longbottom, Harry said. His father. Frank Longbottom sent you a report in October 1981. About something Voldemort had built. The word was Horcrux. The change in Dumbledore's face was subtle but complete, a full stillness, like a pond going flat in the instant before a stone breaks its surface. He looked at Harry with those extraordinary eyes and whatever move he'd been planning to make stayed exactly where it was. Neville told you, Dumbledore said, quietly. He wanted to, Harry said. I think he's been carrying it a long time. Not knowing if it was relevant. It is relevant, Dumbledore said. Very. He was quiet for a moment. More relevant than I had hoped it would need to be this quickly. There's more than one, Harry said. There has to be. The stone is for his body. The Horcruxes are for his soul. He wouldn't have made just one piece of insurance. Dumbledore looked at him. The full weight of those eyes, and the weight of whatever was behind them, years, plans, calculations, grief, was very present. No, Dumbledore said, softly. He wouldn't. How many? Harry said. I believe 6, Dumbledore said. Possibly 7, including, he stopped. Including what? Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that contained more complexity than Harry had vocabulary for, not deception, not withholding for its own sake, but the expression of a man standing at the edge of a decision about what this child is ready to carry. Not today, Dumbledore said. Not here. Harry looked at him. He could push, he had the tools for it, the precise phrasing, the direct gaze. But he ran the calculation and landed somewhere different. Dumbledore was not lying to him. Dumbledore was delaying, and the delay had a real reason, and the reason was connected to something Harry suspected but hadn't confirmed yet and wasn't ready to confirm in a ministry corridor. "All right," Harry said. "Not today." Dumbledore's expression shifted, the smallest relaxation, the barely perceptible recognition of a choice Harry had just made. "I will tell you," Dumbledore said. "Fully. I give you my word." "I'll hold you to it," Harry said. Ragnarok appeared at Harry's shoulder, satchel tucked under one arm, with the satisfaction of someone whose professional work has been publicly vindicated. "The subcommittee chair has agreed to a preliminary meeting in January," he said, "to discuss the monitoring revision. Gringotts will participate." He looked at Harry. "You made an effective case." "The account made the case," Harry said. "I just made the requests." Ragnarok looked at him. "The vault documentation," he said. "Your mother's consultation records. You should come to Gringotts before you return to school. There are things there that will be necessary for what comes next." "I'll come on the 19th, Harry said. "We will be ready for you," Ragnarok said. Then, with a directness that Ragnarok reserved for the few things he found genuinely important, "Your mother built extraordinary things, Mr. Potter. Not just the locket. The work she did in those final months, the research she put into Gringotts' care, it was the work of someone who had looked very clearly at what was coming and decided to prepare for it as thoroughly as possible." He held Harry's gaze. "She prepared for you specifically. Her notes make that clear. Every piece of it was aimed at you." Harry stood in the ministry corridor with the locket warm against his chest and the sounds of the institutional world around him and thought about his mother, who had been 21 and about to die and had somehow, in the time she had left, made everything she understood into a gift and aimed it at a child she was about to leave behind. "I know," he said. "I think about that a lot." Ragnarok nodded, once. Then he walked back toward the atrium with the measured efficiency of someone who has accomplished what they came to do and has a full afternoon's work waiting. Harry took the train back to Surrey alone, declining the offer of a ministry car with thanks. He wanted the time. He sat by the window and watched London give way to Surrey in the last of the December afternoon light, the city going gradually softer, the buildings shorter and farther apart, the gardens starting. He had his hands folded and the locket between his palms, and he thought about the hearing, about what had been said and what hadn't, about Dumbledore's expression when he'd said 6, possibly 7, about the word the headmaster hadn't said in a ministry corridor. He thought about being a piece of insurance. Not metaphorically, literally. The thing Voldemort had done to his own soul, the anchors he'd made to prevent death. Harry had read enough to understand the rough architecture of it. A piece of a soul, split off and stored in an object, so that even if the main body was destroyed, something persisted. Something came back. Ragnarok's letter, not entirely what it appears to be, even to itself. Harry looked at the locket in his hands. His mother's locket. His mother, who had spent her last weeks researching exactly this, who had consulted with Gringotts about Horcrux magic, who had built Harry a 7-year education in magical awareness and old magic and the ability to feel things that weren't visible. Why? Why those specific gifts? Why the attunement, the sensitivity to magical presences, the ability to feel the shape of enchantments? He sat with it. Let the question turn over. Let it find its own shape. The locket was very warm. She was preparing me, he thought, not just for Voldemort's return. For something specific. Something I'm going to have to feel rather than see, because it won't be visible. Something that's hidden inside something else. He looked at the locket. Not entirely what it appears to be, even to itself. The train moved through the December landscape and Harry sat very still with a thought that was not quite fully formed yet but had the shape of something large and necessary and not yet ready to be said out loud, and the locket hummed against his palms, warm and steady and busy, the way it had been busy since the night he first found it, working, always working, preparing him for exactly this. He put it back against his chest and looked out the window. 3 days until Gringotts. 3 days until his mother's full research sat in his hands. Whatever it showed him, he was ready to know it. Chapter 7, The Third Floor Corridor. The Gringotts' visit on the 19th changed everything. Not because of what Harry didn't know, he'd already assembled most of the architecture. But because his mother's research notes were not the dry academic documentation he'd expected. They were personal. Written in the same quick handwriting as the letter in his vault, margin notes in different ink where she'd revised her thinking, small drawings in the corners where she'd been working out a magical concept visually before committing it to words. He sat in the small reading room off the vault corridor with Ragnarok across from him and read for 2 hours without stopping. Lily Potter had understood Horcrux magic in a way that very few people alive understood it. She hadn't made one. The research made clear her absolute revulsion at the process, which required murder to split the soul, but she'd understood the theory of it comprehensively, because she'd understood that you couldn't protect against something you didn't fully know. The notes were full of her voice, sharp and irreverent and precise, and reading them felt like a conversation across a decade. The key section was near the end of the 3rd volume. "I've been thinking about what happens to the piece of soul that doesn't go into the object," she'd written. "When the split occurs, the fragment goes where it's directed, into a prepared vessel, a Horcrux. But what if the split is violent? Uncontrolled? What if the act that causes the split is itself interrupted before completion? The fragment has nowhere to go. The original body is destroyed. The Horcrux is made. But the fragment, the piece that's just been torn off in the act of the killing, it has to go somewhere. Magic doesn't create vacuums." There was a gap in the notes there. 3 pages had been removed, cleanly, at the spine, not torn. Removed deliberately, after the binding was complete. Harry looked at the gap and felt the locket go very warm. Ragnarok, across the table, was watching him read with the patience of someone who knows the reader will find the thing they need and is prepared to wait for that moment. 3 pages are missing, Harry said. "Yes," Ragnarok said. "She removed them herself," Harry said. It wasn't a question. "The removal was made after the volumes were deposited," Ragnarok said. "She came back twice after the initial deposit. The second visit was October 28, 1981. He paused. "For days before she died." Harry sat with that. His mother had come to Gringotts 4 days before she died and removed 3 pages from her own research notes. She'd left everything else, the full theory of Horcrux construction, Voldemort's known methods, her analysis of his objects. She'd left all of it except those 3 pages. Because those 3 pages contained something she didn't want written down where anyone could find it. Even in a sealed vault. Something she'd needed to keep only in her own head. Harry understood, in a flash of cold clarity, what those 3 pages had contained. The conclusion of her thought about the violent, interrupted soul split. The fragment that had nowhere to go. The piece of Voldemort's soul that had been torn loose in the act of killing her, that had found the nearest vessel, the only living thing in the room that was still alive and still open and small enough that the fragment had simply. He looked at Ragnarok. "She knew," Harry said. "We believe so," Ragnarok said. "She removed the pages so Dumbledore wouldn't find them when he accessed the vault," Harry said. "So no one would know except," he stopped. "Except me." "When you were ready," Ragnarok said. "That was the assessment she left with us. That the information should be available to you when you were ready for it." Harry sat with the locket against his chest and felt it doing something he'd never felt before, not recording, not attunement, not the alert warmth of threat or the confirming warmth of rightness. Something gentler. Something that felt, in the way that feelings are sometimes shaped more specifically than language allows, like an apology and a hand held and "I'm sorry I couldn't do this differently," all compressed into warmth against his sternum. He was a Horcrux. Not officially. Not deliberately. Not in the way Voldemort had made his others, with intention and preparation and a murdered victim. But a fragment of Voldemort's shattered soul had embedded itself in Harry Potter on the night of October 31, 1981, and had lived there for 11 years, and the locket had been built partly to help Harry understand this, built by a mother who had worked out the theory and then gone home to her cottage in Godric's Hollow and stood between a dark wizard and her baby knowing with mathematical certainty, what was about to happen. He sat there for a long time. The reading room was quiet. Ragnarok did not offer comfort, which Harry appreciated more than comfort would have warranted. Goblins, he had come to understand, showed respect by not softening things unnecessarily. The information was what it was. The respect was in the delivery. "What does this mean for what's in the corridor?" Harry said finally. "For stopping Quirrell." "Nothing," Ragnarok said simply. "The fragment's presence doesn't limit you. It may, in fact, be what makes you uniquely difficult for Voldemort to read. The presence of his own magic in you creates a kind of interference. He cannot fully parse you because part of what he's sensing is himself." Harry absorbed this. "The locket. Your mother built the locket with this in mind," Ragnarok said. "The attunement it gave you, the awareness of magical presences, the ability to feel intent and deception, it functions in part because the fragment gives you an involuntary window into that particular form of dark magic. She turned his contamination into your advantage." Harry looked at his mother's handwriting on the page. "Magic doesn't create vacuums." She'd taken the worst thing and made it useful. She'd understood what was going to happen to her son and had refused to let it be only a wound. "When the time comes," Harry said, "to deal with it properly. The fragment. It will need to, yes," Ragnarok said. "She knew that too," Harry said. "Her notes on the subject are in the 4th volume," Ragnarok said. "She identified at least 3 possible methods. All of them non-fatal to the bearer, with appropriate preparation." He paused. "She was thorough. She was extraordinary," Harry said. He took the 4th volume as well. He got back to Hogwarts on the 20th with the volumes tucked in his trunk and 2 days left before most students left for Christmas. The corridors were in the specific state of pre-holiday chaos, trunks being dragged, owls irritated by movement, the great hall smelling of warming spices that Mrs. Weasley would have approved of. He found his 3 people in the common room that evening. Ron was teaching Neville chess with the patient specificity of someone for whom teaching chess is an act of genuine affection. Hermione was reading but not processing the page, her eyes slightly unfocused in the way they went when she was thinking rather than reading. Harry sat down. The fire was high and the room was mostly empty, other students at dinner or already gone. He told them. All of it. He told them about his mother's research notes, the Horcrux theory, the interrupted soul split, the 3 missing pages, what the missing pages had contained. He told them about Ragnarok's explanation of the interference effect, about his mother's preparation, about the 4th volume and the 3 methods. He told them flatly, the way he'd been trained to deliver important information, not performing his own distress edit, not making them carry his feelings about it, just, here is what I know, here is what it means, here is what we do about it. When he finished, the common room fire crackled and the clock on the mantel ticked. Ron said, "That's absolutely mental." "Yes," Harry said. "You have a bit of Voldemort in you," Ron said, not with horror but with the careful factual emphasis of someone confirming they've understood correctly. "A fragment of his soul, yes," Harry said. "And your mum figured that out and built you a locket specifically to help you deal with it," Ron said. "Yes," Harry said. Ron looked at the fire for a moment. "Your mum," he said, with genuine feeling, "was bloody brilliant." "She was," Harry agreed. Hermione hadn't said anything yet. Harry looked at her. She was very still, and her expression had that particular quality of someone who has just reorganized a very large internal structure and is examining the new architecture. "The interference effect," she said. "That's why Quirrell's been uneasy around you. It's not just the locket. It's you. The fragment in you recognizing the fragment in him, or rather, recognizing the source." "Yes," Harry said. "And Dumbledore doesn't know," she said. "About the fragment in you." "He suspects," Harry said, thinking of the headmaster's stopped sentence in the ministry corridor. "Possibly 7, including He suspected for a while. He hasn't said it because I think he's been trying to work out whether to tell me. Or whether it will even matter, Hermione said, with the precision that made her occasionally uncomfortable to listen to. If dealing with Voldemort eventually requires, it won't come to that, Harry said. She met his eyes. You're sure? My mother identified 3 alternatives, Harry said. She didn't build me up for 11 years to leave me without a way through. He said it with the same certainty he brought to everything, not manufactured to reassure her but genuinely held. She was too precise for that. Hermione looked at him for a long moment and then nodded, once, with the clean decision-making that was one of her best qualities. Neville had been very quiet. He was looking at the chessboard, his finger resting on a knight he wasn't moving. The Horcrux my father found evidence of, he said. It wasn't you. He found it before you were born. No, Harry said. His investigation would have been about the deliberate ones. Objects Voldemort prepared in advance. There are at least 5 of those we don't know the location of. He paused. That's the larger problem. But it's not today's problem. What's today's problem? Ron said. The corridor, Harry said. We go tomorrow night. December 21st. The last students left on the Hogwarts Express that morning. By afternoon the castle had taken on the particular quality of itself that it only showed when mostly empty, larger somehow, its own sounds more audible, the magic in its stones closer to the surface without hundreds of students to absorb it. Harry spent the afternoon in quiet preparation. He reread the relevant sections of the ward book Hermione had found in the library, the one on object-specific containment protections. He reviewed what they knew about each layer, ran the sequence through his head until it was smooth and automatic. He thought about what could go wrong and prepared for those contingencies with the same methodical attention he'd been bringing to problems since he was 4 years old in a cupboard under the stairs. He checked in with each of them. Hermione had spent the afternoon writing out every potion's logic puzzle she could find in any relevant text, cross-referencing them against Snape's known theoretical preferences until she had a working framework for any poisons versus safe potions configuration. She showed Harry the notes with the quiet satisfaction of thorough preparation and he looked at them and said, "This is excellent," and meant it. Ron had spent the afternoon playing chess against himself, running through the specific strategies that applied to situations of numerical disadvantage, how to win with fewer pieces, how to sacrifice strategically, how to see 10 moves ahead when your opponent has more on the board. He was pale but focused in a way that Harry recognized as Ron operating at his actual ceiling rather than the comfortable level below it. Neville had done something unexpected. He'd gone to Greenhouse 2 with Sprout's permission, she'd stayed for the holiday, Sprout, because she rarely left her plants, and had come back with a small pouch of something that he set on the table without explaining immediately. Devil's Snare Antidote, Neville said. The botanical obstacle Percy mentioned. Sprout showed us Devil's Snare in October, it's a classic containment plant, reacts to movement. Darkness and moisture make it aggressive. Light and dryness calm it. He held up the pouch. I can accelerate the drying effect. We won't need to fight it, we can just walk through. Harry looked at him. She told me once that I had good instincts, Neville said. Sprout, I mean. I've been trying to figure out what that looks like in practice. He met Harry's eyes with a directness that had been growing steadily since the corridor conversation in November. This is what it looks like in practice. Yes, Harry said. It is. They went at 11. The castle after midnight was a different creature, not hostile, but honest, stripped of the social architecture that filled it during the day. Their footsteps were the only footsteps. The torches in the corridors had gone to their nighttime low, the orange light softer and more amber, and the shadows were deep and had shapes in them that the day's light covered up. Harry led. Not because they'd decided he would but because it was simply how they moved, Hermione behind his right shoulder, Neville and Ron behind. The formation of 4 people who have understood, without discussing it, where each of them operates best. The third-floor corridor was at the end of the east wing. They reached the locked door at 11:05 and Harry felt the ward structure before they even reached it, the magical density Hermione had identified from the book, the accumulated weight of 7 separate enchantments laid on top of each other by 7 different practitioners, each one carrying the specific signature of its maker. He could feel them the way he could feel individual instruments in a piece of music, distinct and separate and combining into something larger. He felt Snape's layer, which was cold and precise. McGonagall's, which was structured and elegant. Quirrell's own contribution, there was one, the Locket confirmed it with a cold pulse, which was thin and deliberate, designed to look like a deterrent while functioning more as a corridor marker. And underneath all of them, deeper, older, with the specific quality of something built by someone who thought in terms of centuries rather than years, Dumbledore's contribution. Whatever Dumbledore had put at the center of this, it was not a puzzle. It was something older. Harry touched the door. The lock was the same type as the library's, a wizarding mechanical lock overlaid with a charm. He pressed his intention against it and felt it give. The door opened. The smell hit them first. Ron's guess had been right, it was a dog smell, but amplified, the dense animal warmth of something very large and very present. They stepped through the door into darkness and Harry lit his wand, Lumos, the first charm that had come naturally to him, back in the second week of term, and the light found the dog. 3 heads. Massive. The size of a small house. 6 eyes opened simultaneously, reflecting the wand light in 6 amber circles, and 6 nostrils flared, and 3 mouths opened to show 3 sets of teeth the size of Harry's forearm. "Oh," Hermione said, very quietly. Harry was already reaching into his pocket. He'd brought a small enchanted harp, borrowed from the music room without asking, a risk he'd calculated and accepted, and set it playing with a touch, the same charm that made enchanted instruments sustain. The music was soft and high and almost immediately effective, the way it always was on dogs of this lineage. The 3 heads swayed. 6 eyes went heavy. 30 seconds and the dog was asleep across the trapdoor. Harry looked at the others. "Push together," he said. "It won't hold long." They moved the enormous paw off the trapdoor edge, pulled it open, and one by one dropped through into the dark. The devil's snare was immediate, thick, rope-like tendrils reaching in the darkness below, wrapping around ankles and wrists with the automatic insistence of something that operated on stimulus rather than intelligence. Harry felt it close around his left arm and forced himself still, which was counter-instinct, and the Locket's attunement gave him the specific feel of the plant's magical signature, not hostile, just reactive, just doing what it was built to do. "Now, Neville," Harry said. Neville opened the pouch and shook it, and the powder caught the small draft from the trapdoor above and spread in a fine cloud, and the devil's snare reacted immediately, contracting, retreating, the tendrils pulling back with the speed of something encountering its primary aversion. In 20 seconds they were free, standing in a chamber with the devil's snare pressed against the far walls and a door at the other end. "Merlin," Ron breathed. "Good instincts," Harry said to Neville. Neville's expression in the wand light was quiet and certain in a way it hadn't been in September. The winged keys chamber was vast and dark and full of the sound of wings, hundreds of keys at various levels, floating, some moving in slow circles, some darting. The lock on the door across the room was old and large. The right key would be old and large to match it, Harry knew, and probably moved differently from the others. Older keys have different flight patterns. The Locket's attunement was already cataloging the room's magical signatures, finding the one that pulsed differently. He was on the broomstick that sat in the corner of the room, left there, presumably, for exactly this, before the others had fully registered the chamber. The broomstick was a Comet 260, older than Harry's Nimbus, but the quality didn't matter much at this altitude and density. He went up fast and scanned. There, third row from the ceiling, moving in an irregular wobble on a bent wing, an old iron key, slightly larger than its neighbors, its flight the particular hesitation of something that had been caught before and remembered it. Harry went after it with the practiced directness of months of Quidditch training and the specific instinct of someone who had been attuned to moving things in magical space since he was 7 years old. The key dodged. He anticipated the dodge and cut off the angle. It reversed. He'd already adjusted. He caught it on the third pass, snapped it from the air with both hands, and was back on the ground in under a minute. Hermione was looking at him. "You're showing off," she said. "A little," Harry agreed, and unlocked the door. The chess room was enormous and still. The pieces stood on their squares with the patient readiness of things that exist only to be played, and the silence had the specific quality of potential, everything gathered, nothing moving. Ron stood at the entrance and looked at the board for a long moment with the expression Harry had seen him use when he looked at a chess problem, the slightly unfocused gaze of someone letting the full picture resolve before the analysis begins. "We need to be pieces," Ron said. "To play." He looked at the three of them. "I'll be a knight. Neville, you're the bishop there. Hermione, take the rook on the queen's side. Harry," he looked at the board, "king's pawn. Second rank. Don't move until I tell you." "You're directing," Harry said. "This is my room," Ron said simply. They took their squares. The black pieces on the far side began to move with the clockwork efficiency of enchanted opponents, and Ron began to play, talking them through moves in the quiet decisive language of someone who has played 10,000 games and knows the difference between good moves and necessary ones. Harry stood on his square and watched Ron work. The game lasted 12 minutes. Ron moved with calm authority, sacrificed his own knight piece with the piece standing in for him without hesitation. Harry saw him absorb the hit and stay standing through what was clearly significant pain, and then said, with the flat certainty of endgame, 3 more moves. Harry, Queen's Bishop 4. Hermione, hold. Neville, diagonal right. 3 moves later, the Black King toppled. The pieces cleared the path. Harry went back to Ron. Ron was holding his arm against his side, his face tight, the knight's blow having caught his left shoulder. "I'm fine," Ron said, before Harry asked. "You're not fine," Harry said. "I'm mobile," Ron said. "Which is what matters. Go." Harry looked at him. "I'm serious," Ron said, with the quiet, real version of his stubbornness, the version underneath the performance. "You and Hermione go. Neville stays with me. This is where we're supposed to be." He met Harry's eyes. "You know it is." Harry did know it. He'd run the arithmetic of this possibility back at Hogwarts, working through which configurations made sense at each stage. Ron and Neville here, able to get back through the chess room if needed. Harry and Hermione forward. "Get back to the surface if anything goes wrong," Harry said. "Send Athena to Dumbledore." "Already thought of it," Ron said. Harry gripped his shoulder briefly, careful of the injury. Then he and Hermione went through. The troll in the next chamber was already unconscious, knocked out with a professionalism that suggested someone had been here recently and had not been inclined towards subtlety. Quirrell, or rather the thing directing Quirrell, had come through this way first. Not long ago, the troll's breathing was steady and deep, not the sleep of hours. "He's ahead of us," Hermione said. "I know," Harry said. "Not by much." The potions room was exactly as Hermione had theorized, 7 bottles on a table, a fire blocking the way forward, a purple flame behind them at the entrance. A rolled parchment between the bottles. She picked it up, read it in 4 seconds, and then walked the 7 bottles in an exact sequence, assessing each one with a speed that was almost physical. "Logic puzzle," she said. "Deliberately designed to eliminate brute force. You can't overpower your way through, you have to think." She touched 3 of the 7 bottles without picking them up. This one, the small one at the end. The smallest bottle gets you forward. The round bottle gets you back." She looked at Harry. "There's only enough forward for one." Harry looked at the fire and the darkness beyond it. "Go back," Harry said. "Get Ron and Neville out, then send for Dumbledore. All of you, get out. Harry, Hermione." He looked at her directly. You going forward with me doesn't help. You going back and getting them safe and bringing Dumbledore here does. Which one actually helps more? She looked at him with the expression she wore when her emotional response and her analytical one were giving her different answers and she was choosing between them. She chose the analytical one. He'd known she would. That was partly why he'd said it the way he'd said it. Be careful, she said, with a fierceness that was the Hermione version of something she might otherwise have expressed differently, in a different kind of moment, and Harry felt it land with the full weight she'd put into it. I will be, he said. She picked up the round bottle and drank it and walked back through the purple flame. Harry picked up the smallest bottle, held it, felt the cool glass for a moment. He looked at the locket. Right, he said. Together. He drank. The fire parted and he went through. The final chamber was large and quiet and had a mirror in it. The mirror of Ariste, he knew it from his reading, knew its properties, knew what Dumbledore had built into it as the final protection. It showed you your heart's desire. Dumbledore had used it to hide the stone, only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it would be able to retrieve it from the mirror. Someone who wanted to use it would see themselves using it and reach in and find nothing. Quirrell was standing in front of it. The defense professor had his back to Harry, his turban off, his hands clasped behind him. He was very still in the way of someone who has been standing in one place long enough to lose track of time. I can see myself, Quirrell said, without turning around, presenting it to my master. But I cannot, the stone is not, he turned. The stammer was entirely gone. His eyes had the particular quality Harry had been registering all term, that dual quality, two entities present, one wearing the face and one looking out from behind it. Potter, Quirrell said. Of course. Professor, Harry said. You've been watching me all term, Quirrell said. He didn't sound angry. He sounded almost amused, with the amusement that belongs to something that finds human persistence mildly entertaining. Since the feast. The locket. Yes, Harry said. Come and look in the mirror, Quirrell said. Tell me what you see. Harry walked to the mirror and stood in front of it. He saw himself. His reflection, clear-eyed and calm, standing exactly as he was standing. His reflection reached into its own pocket and took out a small red stone and looked at it, then looked up at Harry, and, this was the part that made something happen in Harry's chest, something precise and certain, smiled. Like, you know what to do. He felt the stone drop into his pocket. The locket was absolutely still against his chest. Not warm, not cold. Something else. Ready. Well. Quirrell said. I see myself, Harry said. Shaking hands with someone I haven't met yet. Happy, I think. He turned from the mirror. What do you see? Something in Quirrell's face shifted. The dual quality intensified, the second presence pushing forward, and for a moment it was less Quirrell than it was the thing inside Quirrell, looking out at Harry through borrowed eyes with a recognition that was old and deep and complex. I see what I have always seen, the thing said. Power. And the obstacles between me and it. The voice had lost even the pretense of Quirrell's speech patterns now, it was something older, a voice like old silk, smooth and cold. You have the stone, child. Give it to me. No, Harry said. You cannot stop me, Voldemort said. I am Lord Voldemort. I know who you are, Harry said. And I know what you are, now. More clearly than you'd like. He looked at Quirrell, or through Quirrell, at the shadow behind him. You're a fragment. Less than a ghost. You've been feeding off this man all year and you're still barely there. He held the fragment's gaze with everything the locket had built in him, 7 years of awareness, of feeling the shape of magical presences, of knowing the difference between something real and something that is attempting to perform reality. You don't get the stone. You are a child, Voldemort said. My mother was a child when she stopped you the first time, Harry said. 21 years old. She did it without a wand. He felt the stone in his pocket, warm against his palm through the fabric, and felt the locket against his chest, and felt the fragment in himself, the piece of Voldemort's own soul that had been living in him since he was a baby, that his mother had turned from contamination into clarity. She gave me everything I needed to finish it. Your mother is dead, Voldemort said. The silk voice had an edge now. Yes, Harry said. She died buying me time. She used the time well. He looked at Quirrell. The man you're wearing, he's almost gone. Whatever he was before you got to him, you've nearly finished it. That's what you do. Quirrell lunged. He was faster than he looked, the body of a grown man directed by something that had decades of combat instinct, and his hands caught Harry's wrist and the contact was immediate and electric and wrong. The locket blazed. Not warm. Not cold. Blazing, the way it had never done before, the lily on the front suddenly bright against Harry's shirt, and Harry felt it working in the way it had always worked, not with force, but with intention, with the concentrated purpose of something built by love and aimed at a specific outcome. The thing about Voldemort's soul fragment was that it didn't want to touch another fragment of itself. It wanted to. It reached for it, the way damaged things reach for what they're missing, and the reaching was also a rejection, a mutual incompatibility that went deeper than magic, that went to whatever lay underneath magic. Quirrell screamed. Not Quirrell's voice, the other one, the silk voice, losing its composure for the first time as the contact between Harry and the fragment-infected Quirrell created a feedback that Harry could feel in his teeth and his chest and the back of his eyes. Harry held on. Not because it didn't hurt, it did, in a way that wasn't physical exactly, more like something being pulled or pressed in a place that was deeper than skin. But his mother had built him for exactly this. The awareness, the attunement, the ability to feel the shape of magical things and hold steady in the middle of them. He held on and let the locket do what it was built to do and kept his attention on Quirrell's face and thought of his mother in her cottage, choosing to stand between the dark and her son, choosing with full knowledge. The strength went out of Quirrell's hands. He fell. Not fainted, something more complete than that, the way a puppet falls when the strings are cut. Harry stepped back and looked at him and felt the locket go still against his chest, the blazing gone, the steady warmth returning. The shadow that had been behind Quirrell's eyes was gone. Where it had gone, forward, backward, scattered, Harry couldn't tell. Not destroyed. He didn't have the means to destroy it. But driven out. Separated from its host. Left to drift. The stone was still in his pocket. Quirrell was breathing. Shallowly, brokenly, but breathing. Whatever the year had cost him was written all over his face, the devastation of a person who had been hollowed out slowly and then abandoned. Harry stood in the mirror chamber with the stone and the locket and the full weight of what had just happened settling into the room around him. He reached into his pocket, took out the small red stone, and held it in his palm. It was warm and heavier than it looked, and the magic in it was deep in the way the magic at Gringotts was deep, centuries old, patient, the work of someone who had understood alchemy as something more than chemistry. He looked at it for a long moment. Then he put it back in his pocket and sat down next to Quirrell and checked his breathing and waited for Dumbledore. Dumbledore arrived in minutes, which meant he'd been closer than the castle, which meant he'd known. He came through the flames with McGonagall behind him and 2 healers from St. Mungo's who went immediately to Quirrell's side. He stopped when he saw Harry sitting on the floor. He looked at Quirrell, at the mirror, at Harry, and then at the stone that Harry had placed on the floor beside him. "You got there first," Dumbledore said. "I went when I knew he was moving," Harry said. "I wasn't going to wait and hope the trap closed right." Dumbledore looked at him with those extraordinary eyes and said nothing for a moment. "The stone," Harry said. "It needs to go back to Flamel. It shouldn't stay here." "I agree," Dumbledore said. "And Quirrell needs a healer who knows about possession damage," Harry said. "Not just physical." "Already arranged," Dumbledore said, and his voice had the quality of someone holding several things at once with great care. McGonagall crouched beside Harry, looked at his face, and put her hand on his shoulder in the direct, unsentimental way she showed care. He felt it land properly. "The others," Harry said. Ron's shoulder, being seen to, McGonagall said. "They're safe. They did exactly right." Harry nodded. He looked at the mirror of Eriste, still standing at the room's center, reflecting nothing in particular from this angle. Then he looked at the stone on the floor. "Dumbledore," he said. The headmaster looked at him. "We need to talk," Harry said. "Not tonight. When I've slept and Quirrell's been seen to and the stone is safe." He met the extraordinary eyes. "About the Horcruxes." "All of them." "And about what my mother found in her research." He held the headmaster's gaze. "The full conversation. The whole map." Dumbledore looked at him for a long, long moment. "Yes," he said, and it was not reluctant, not managed, not the answer of someone controlling the pace of a revelation. It was the answer of someone who has been waiting to be asked by the right person in the right way and has finally been asked. "Yes," Dumbledore said again. "All of it." Harry pressed his hand over the locket. "Warm. Steady. Sure. His mother's love, made into something useful." He was ready for what came next. Chapter 8, After the mirror. Harry slept for 14 hours. He didn't dream, which was unusual, or rather, he dreamed in the way that deep, exhausted sleep produces dreams, formless and warm and without narrative, the mind doing its maintenance work unobserved. When he woke it was afternoon, the winter light coming through the dormitory window at a low angle that turned everything amber, and the castle was very quiet around him. He lay still for a moment, taking inventory. His right hand was slightly tender where Quirrell had grabbed his wrist. His chest felt like it had been pressed on from the inside, not painful exactly, more like the feeling of muscles after significant use, the good soreness of having done something strenuous and real. The locket was warm. Always warm. He got up, washed his face, looked at himself in the bathroom mirror for a moment with the quiet attention he sometimes brought to his own reflection, checking not vanity but calibration, the way you check a compass needle after a rough journey. Eyes clear. Shoulders down. Present. He went down to the common room. Ron was in the chair by the fire with his arm in a sling, playing a one-handed game of chess against himself that he was clearly winning on both sides. Hermione was on the sofa with a book and the expression of someone who has read the same page 4 times and retained none of it, too wound up for actual reading. Neville was cross-legged on the hearthrug with Trevor in his lap, feeding the toad something from a small tin with the focused domesticity of someone doing a familiar and calming task. They all looked up when Harry came down the stairs. The common room was empty except for them. The holiday had thinned the tower to almost nothing, just a handful of students who'd stayed for various reasons, none of them Gryffindor first years except this group. "You slept forever," Ron said. 14 hours, Harry said. "Hermione checked on you twice," Neville said. "I was concerned," Hermione said, with the dignity of someone declining to be embarrassed about reasonable concern. Harry sat on the sofa next to her, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched, and looked at the three of them. The fire was high and warm and the room had the particular quality of a space that has been waiting for someone to arrive. "Everyone's okay," he said. "My shoulders cracked," Ron said, with the equanimity of someone reporting a minor inconvenience. "Madame Pomfrey says 3 days. She made a noise when she saw it that suggested she'd have strong words with someone about the chess room later." He moved a pawn. "I told her the chess pieces were very well made." "Your shoulder is cracked," Hermione said, with considerably less equanimity. "It'll heal," Ron said. "Pomfrey's brilliant." "Neville's fine," Neville said, with mild surprise in his voice, like he was still adjusting to fine being his default. Harry looked at all of them and felt something that was simple and full, not triumphant, not relieved, just solid. These 3 people had gone through something with him and come out the other side and were sitting here in the firelight, functional and real. That mattered more than the stone, more than Quirrell, more than any of the rest of it. "You were all extraordinary," Harry said. Not as a performance, he didn't perform, they all knew that by now, but as a statement of observed fact. Ron made a dismissive noise that was also clearly pleased. "The devil's snare," Hermione said to Neville. "You knew exactly what to do." "I prepared," Neville said simply, and then looked slightly surprised by his own simplicity. "The chess," Harry said to Ron. "I've been playing since I was 4, Ron said. "It's the one thing I've always been." He stopped. Something shifted in his expression, a brief and very honest moment. "The one thing that's always been just mine. Not the twins and not Percy's and not anyone's. Just mine." He looked at the board in front of him. "Felt good to use it for something." Harry nodded. Hermione was looking at Harry with the particular attention she gave things she hadn't fully processed yet. "Last night," she said. "In the chamber. What happened with Quirrell?" Harry told them. The contact, the feedback, the locket blazing. He told them about the fragment, the piece of Voldemort's soul in himself, and how the contact between two fragments of the same damaged soul had created something that drove the larger fragment out. He explained it precisely, the way he'd explained the rest of it to them the night before, and watched their faces process it. "Your mum built the locket knowing that would happen," Ron said. "She built the locket so I'd be ready for it when it happened," Harry said. "She couldn't be there. So she built the next best thing." Hermione was very still. "The fragment in you," she said. "It's still there." "Yes," Harry said. "Until it's dealt with properly." He looked at the fire. "I'm not going to pretend that's nothing. It isn't nothing. But it's also not urgent and it's not dangerous the way everyone might assume." He touched the locket briefly. "My mother found 3 methods. All of them safe, all of them possible. Ragnarok is reviewing the 4th volume of her notes. When the time comes, we'll know what to do." "We," Hermione said. "We," Harry said. She looked at him with an expression that was complex and uncomplicated at the same time, both of those things simultaneously, which was in Hermione's speciality. Then she went back to her book, which this time she actually read. Dumbledore came for him after dinner. Not formally, he appeared at the portrait hole and asked, through the fat lady, whether Harry would come to his office, and Harry said yes and went. The corridor was cold and the castle quiet, and above the front door's windows the December sky was the deep blue-black of mid-evening, stars very clear and very cold. The headmaster's office was warm and full of the sounds of various instruments making various small noises, and Fawkes on his perch, who looked at Harry with amber eyes and made a sound that was not quite a trill and not quite a word but felt like a greeting. Harry sat down. Dumbledore sat across from him. Between them the desk was clear. No documents, no props, none of the stage management that official meetings required. This was the other kind of conversation. "How are you?" Dumbledore said. "I'm good," Harry said, and meant it. "Tell me what you know about the Horcruxes." Dumbledore looked at him with those extraordinary eyes and then did what he had promised in the ministry corridor, what Harry had heard him mean when he'd said it, he told him everything. It took an hour. The objects, a diary, already made, a ring, he suspected, a locket. Harry's hand went to his own locket at this and Dumbledore clarified, a different locket, one of Slytherin's, with the particular grimness of someone describing something they haven't located yet, a cup, possibly Hufflepuff's, something of Ravenclaw's, uncertain, Nagini, the snake, increasingly probable. And the 7th piece, the unintended one. Dumbledore sat with that one for a moment before he said it. "I believe," Dumbledore said, carefully, with the precision of someone who has held this knowledge alone for a long time and is now offering it with the full knowledge of its weight, that on the night Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow and his curse rebounded, the violence of the failed killing curse caused a 7th unintended split. The fragment had nowhere to go. The nearest living vessel was, me, Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I know," Harry said. "I worked it out from my mother's notes. The section about violent, uncontrolled splits." He held Dumbledore's gaze. She removed 3 pages from the research volumes before she died. The conclusion of her theory about unintended fragments. She didn't want it written down where anyone could find it. Dumbledore absorbed this. She knew, he said, softly. She had a theory, Harry said. Strong enough that she prepared for it. She built the locket specifically to help me handle it, the attunement, the sensitivity to dark magic, the ability to feel the fragment's presence and use it rather than be used by it. He paused. She also found 3 ways to remove it safely. It's in the 4th volume. Ragnarok has the notes. Something moved in Dumbledore's face, a complex private expression, the kind that contains grief and relief and admiration and regret all wound together in proportions that don't separate cleanly. She was extraordinary, he said. She was, Harry said. Now tell me about the diary. They talked for another hour about the Horcruxes, what Dumbledore knew, what he suspected, what he'd been building toward in his longer game. Dumbledore was thorough in a way that Harry could tell cost him something. This was not Dumbledore's natural mode, the full map rather than the selective view, and the discipline of providing it was visible in the careful way he organized his words. Harry listened and asked questions, and the questions were good ones, the kind that clarified and redirected and occasionally produced expressions on Dumbledore's face that suggested he was being asked things he hadn't thought of in those particular configurations. The diary, Harry said, near the end. You said Voldemort gave it to someone. For safekeeping or deployment. I believe so, Dumbledore said. I don't yet know who. Lucius Malfoy, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. It's an educated guess, Harry said. Malfoy's son is at Hogwarts, Slytherin, first year. He arrived with money and connections and a specific quality of confidence that comes from knowing you have powerful backers. His father was a Death Eater who claimed coercion after Voldemort's fall. If Voldemort trusted anyone with a Horcrux for safekeeping, it would be someone who was simultaneously committed and deniable. He paused. And the diary is the kind of thing someone like Lucius Malfoy would find useful to deploy, not just store. It's a weapon as well as an anchor. Dumbledore was very still. I could be wrong, Harry said. But I'd look at Malfoy first. You've been thinking about this since, Dumbledore started. Since the library in October, Harry said. Since the ministry hearing when Ragnarok told me about the security breach at Flammel's estate. The breach was Quirrell, we know that now. But the network behind Quirrell, the remnants of Voldemort's organization, that's a larger thing. The diary is part of the same network. He looked at Dumbledore. Voldemort made 6 deliberate Horcruxes because he intended to be nearly impossible to kill. He didn't plan on Godric's Hollow. The diary is his oldest anchor, probably the first one he made. It's the one he'd trust most to a loyal servant. Dumbledore said nothing for a long moment. Then, I have sometimes wondered, he said carefully, what it would have been like to have you as a student from the beginning. To have seen this mind develop in real time. He paused. And then I remember that you were supposed to be my student from the beginning and that what I did instead, was what you thought you had to do, Harry said. I know. I've accepted the difference between what was done and why it was done. He met Dumbledore's eyes. I'm not carrying it as a wound, Professor. I'm carrying it as information. He paused. The same way I carry most things. Dumbledore held his gaze with an expression that was the most unguarded Harry had seen from him, stripped of the performance of wisdom, just a man sitting across from a boy and registering the full scale of what that boy had become under circumstances that were largely the man's responsibility. I am sorry, Harry, Dumbledore said. Specifically and personally. I know, Harry said. Thank you. A pause. Then Harry said, the monitoring revision. The ministry hearing. Finch is going to implement it, and she told me she'd been trying for years to get institutional support. She has it now because of the hearing. He looked at Dumbledore. I want you to support it publicly. In the Wizengamot, in every forum that matters. Not because it protects me, I don't need protecting anymore, but because there are other children. And the system that failed me is the system that exists. Yes, Dumbledore said. Unreservedly. And I want to know, Harry said, going forward, when something significant is being decided that involves me. Not after the fact. Not partial information for my protection. The full picture, whenever possible. He held Dumbledore's gaze. I've proven I can handle the full picture. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, with the weight of a man making a genuine commitment rather than a managed promise, yes. You have. The last few days before Christmas were quiet in the way that Hogwarts was good at quiet, the castle finding its rhythm without the full population, the magic in the stones settling, the decorations Dumbledore had commissioned filling the halls with a warmth that was partly enchanted and partly just the specific warmth of an old building in winter with fires in every hearth. Harry spent those days in 3 modes. He wrote letters. Long ones, to Ragnarok, covering the conversation with Dumbledore and the new information about the potential locations of the Horcruxes, asking for Gringotts' cooperation in what would be a long project and for continued access to his mother's research. Ragnarok's reply came the same day. Athena went and returned in remarkable time, which Harry attributed to the owl's general opinion of her own importance, and it was direct and complete. Gringotts was interested. The director would make himself available. The 4th volume's safe removal methods had been reviewed and would be ready for Harry when the time was right. He wrote to Finch at the Ministry, thanking her for the hearing and offering to provide any additional testimony the subcommittee needed for the monitoring revision implementation. She wrote back with the professional warmth of someone who has been trying to do something important for years and has finally found an effective ally, confirming that the revision was already drafted and would go before the Wisengamot in January. He wrote to Nicholas Flamel, care of Dumbledore, a brief and respectful letter explaining that the stone was safe and that he'd been glad to help protect it and that he hoped Flamel and his wife were well. He wasn't sure if the letter was appropriate, but it felt like the right thing, the human acknowledgement that behind all the theory and strategy was a very old man who'd made something extraordinary and nearly lost it. Flamel wrote back in a hand so old it was barely legible, 3 lines, "Thank you, young man. Your mother was one of the finest students of alchemy I ever corresponded with, though she was working from first principles rather than tradition. I hope we meet one day. N.F." Harry put that letter with his mother's letter in his shirt pocket. Carried them both. The second mode was simply being at Hogwarts in the winter. He walked the grounds in the mornings, the snow having arrived properly on the 22nd, lying clean and deep across the lawns and the lake's edge. He walked alone and thought without agenda, which was a luxury he'd rarely had. Most of his thinking had been purposive, aimed at a problem, and doing it without a specific target felt like stretching a muscle in a new direction. He thought about the Horcruxes and what they would mean over the coming years. Not with dread, with the clear-eyed assessment of someone who has always known their life was going to be complicated and has made a pragmatic peace with that. 6 objects to find, to identify, to destroy. A fragment in himself to remove when the time was right. Voldemort existing somewhere in a degraded state, drifting, looking for another host. A long project. Years, probably. But he had the information, he had the allies, he had his mother's research, he had Gringotts and Dumbledore and 3 people who were in it completely. He didn't find this overwhelming. He found it clarifying. The 3rd mode was the common room evenings, the 4 of them doing what first years did at Christmas, arguing about Quidditch and eating too many of the sweets Ron's mother had sent in an enormous box, working through the holiday homework that Hermione had organized into a schedule and that the others followed with varying degrees of willingness, playing chess, talking about nothing and everything in the particular mixture that people use when they're building something between them. Ron had the Weasley quality of treating the people he'd accepted as thoroughly his as though they'd always been his and had no other state. He argued with Hermione about everything that didn't matter and deferred to her on everything that did, which was an unusual but functional division. He'd started calling Harry mate sometime in October and had not stopped, and Harry had noticed this and quietly valued it. Hermione made lists of things and then made lists of the lists. She had a system for everything, which was sometimes useful and sometimes a way of managing anxiety that she'd turned into a skill. Harry had told her this once, gently, and she'd looked at him with the expression she wore when someone had said something true and accurate and slightly uncomfortable, and had said, "I know," and they'd gone back to what they were doing. That exchange had made something between them more solid, the way honest conversations do. Neville bloomed. That was the only word for it. The 3 weeks since the corridor conversation in November and the devil's snare and the things Harry had said about hidden depths, they'd been doing something to Neville, something quiet and cumulative. He stood differently. He spoke in the common room without pre-apologizing for the content. He'd written his gran a letter over the holiday that Ron had accidentally seen and had described, with some emotion, as the kind of letter you'd send if you weren't scared of someone anymore. Trevor remained in his lap at all available opportunities. On Christmas morning there were presents at the foot of Harry's bed. He looked at them from the pillow for a moment, adjusting to the fact of them. He'd never had Christmas presents before, except for one terrible year when Aunt Petunia had given him a sock and one year when Vernon had given him Dudley's old broken crayons, and he'd understood from a young age that these were not genuinely presents but performances of obligation. These were different. He could tell before he opened them. Ron's mother had sent him a Weasley sweater, deep green, his initial on the front in gold, hand-knitted with the particular love that goes into things made slowly by hand for someone specific. He held it for a moment before putting it on, feeling the warmth of it, the weight. He wore it all day. Hermione had sent him a copy of a book he'd mentioned wanting, Advanced Magical Theory, the pre-statute traditions, out of print since the 70s, and Hermione had somehow found it, with a note inside that said, "I thought you'd want this, and yes, I read it first, and we should talk about chapter 7 when you've read it. It contradicts what Bagshot says about intent, which I know you'll have opinions about." Ron had sent him a tin of the Weasley sweets and a note that said, "Happy Christmas, mate," from Ron, and also technically Mum, but she doesn't know I'm saying that. Neville had sent him a small pot containing a plant he'd propagated from Greenhouse 2, a small magical succulent that Neville had written a careful card about, its care requirements, its properties, the fact that it was one of the plants that responded to the presence of the person who cared for it, brightening slightly when they were near. Harry set it on his windowsill and it brightened. He looked at it for a moment, this small living thing responding to his presence, and felt the sharp clean thing behind his ribs again, the same thing he'd felt when Neville had said, "You're my best friend," in the corridor, the thing that was too large for a word but lived in the territory of words like home and enough and real. He pressed his hand over the locket. "Look what you built," he thought, to his mother. "Look who I found." The locket was warm, the way it had been warm the night she died, love made into heat, into protection, into a tool. He thought of her in her cottage, 21 years old, with weeks to live and her baby asleep in the next room, and this project she'd built because she'd refused to leave without giving him everything she could. He didn't know if she could hear him. He had no way to know. But he said it anyway, the way he'd always said things to her, to the lily on the front, to the for Harry on the back, to the warmth that had answered him from the first night in the cupboard. "Happy Christmas," he said quietly. "I'm okay. I'm really okay." The locket hummed. January began. Hogwarts filled back up with the noise and motion of 500 students returning from holidays, and the term reasserted itself with the specific energy of the second half. Everyone settled now into the reality of the place, the novelty worn off, the actual work beginning. Harry returned differently than he'd left. Not visibly, he looked the same, moved the same, spoke the same, but the quality of his presence had shifted in the way that things shift when something has been resolved. He wasn't lighter, exactly. The Horcruxes were still ahead of him and he understood the scale of the project he was beginning. But there was a settledness to him that hadn't been there in September, the settledness of someone who has faced the thing they were being prepared for and found themselves equal to it. People noticed this without being able to articulate what they were noticing. Malfoy noticed. He tried something in the second week of January, a comment in potions aimed at Neville that was casual and contemptuous in the practiced way, and Harry looked at him with the same quality of attention he'd given him in September, except that the look had more in it now. More weight. More of the accumulated 7 years and the corridor and Gringotts and the ministry and the mirror chamber, all of it present in a gaze that was not hostile but was absolutely clear. Malfoy stopped talking mid-sentence. "Sorry," Harry said. "Were you saying something?" Malfoy looked at him. Something in Malfoy's particular brand of certainty, the ingrained confidence of someone who had never been genuinely read, encountered Harry's directness and found, for the second time, that it had nothing to hold on to. "No," Malfoy said, and turned away. Neville, beside Harry, said nothing. But his posture had the quiet ease of someone who has just watched something that confirmed something they'd been learning to believe. Snape noticed differently. He'd been conducting a particular experiment on Harry all term. Harry had observed, a calibration, testing the edges of what Harry was, examining whether the Gryffindor certainty was genuine or performed, whether the Potter arrogance was real. The potions incidents, the pointed questions, the homework returned with comments that were critical in a way that was precise rather than punishing. Snape taught the same way he'd learned, Harry suspected, through rigor and through expecting more than students thought they had. He stopped after potions one afternoon, the class filing out. "Your mother's Horcrux research," Snape said, without preamble, not looking up from the papers he was marking. Harry stopped. "I knew she was working on something in her final months," Snape said. "She asked me questions in letters. About soul magic. About the theoretical limits of dark enchantment." He set down his quill. "I didn't know what she was building. I should have asked more directly." Harry looked at him. Snape was not offering a confession or an apology, this was not that kind of man. He was stating facts with the flat precision of someone accounting for their own record. "She was careful about what she shared," Harry said. "She removed the most significant pages from the research volumes before she died. She knew how to keep information exactly as contained as it needed to be." Snape looked at him. Something in his expression had the same complicated quality it always did around Harry, the grief that isn't guilt, the specific difficulty of looking at a face that was James Potter's with Lily Potter's eyes. Harry had been seeing it all term and had, over the months, stopped trying to resolve it into something simple. It wasn't simple. Snape's feelings about his parents were not simple, and demanding simplicity of them wouldn't make them true. "If you intend to pursue the Horcrux destruction," Snape said, after a pause, "you will need someone with expertise in dark object examination. The process of identifying a Horcrux and separating it from a non-Horcrux dark object requires—" "I know," Harry said. "I've read the theory." He paused. "I was going to ask you in the spring. When I had a clearer timeline." Snape looked at him. "You're the best potions practitioner in the school," Harry said. "Possibly in the country, based on what I've read. The destruction methods Gringotts identified all involve potion components. I was always going to need you." He held the professor's gaze. "If you're willing." Snape was silent for a long moment. Something moved behind his eyes, deep and old and complicated. "Lily's son," he said. Not unkindly. Almost wondering. "Her work," Harry said. "I'm her work." A long pause. "Yes," Snape said. "I'm willing." He picked up his quill again with the deliberate energy of someone returning to the practical before the moment became more than he wanted it to be. "Don't be late to my class again." "I'm never late," Harry said. "You were 40 seconds late on the 17th of November. I was exactly on time. The clock in the corridor is 40 seconds fast." Snape looked at him with an expression that was not quite a smile but existed in the same general territory. Harry left. February brought the first real progress on the Horcrux project, and it came from an unexpected direction. Hermione had been building a research framework since December, organizing what they knew, mapping the gaps, working out the logical sequence for identification and destruction. She divided her notebooks into 5 sections and had covered the first 14 pages of Section 1 with the most comprehensive analysis of known Horcrux markers Harry had read outside his mother's notes. She presented it to him in the library with the focused satisfaction of someone presenting the result of significant work to someone they know will appreciate it. "The diary," she said. "You said Lucius Malfoy." Dumbledore said unknown. "I've been thinking about how to confirm it." "And?" Harry said. "Dobby," she said. Harry looked at her. "The Malfoy house elf," she said. "There are documented cases in the literature of house elves breaking their binding to warn people about their masters when the masters are engaged in something particularly dangerous. They can't name their masters directly, the binding prevents it, but they can circumvent by providing warnings that lead to the right conclusion. If Malfoy has the diary and intends to deploy it against Hogwarts," she looked at him. "His own son is at Hogwarts. A house elf bound to the Malfoy family would be significantly distressed about that." Harry processed this. "How do we make contact with a specific house elf?" "I've been researching it," she said. "There's a method. Old magic, again. A direct appeal to a house elf's protective instinct bypasses most of the binding restriction." She pushed a page of notes toward him. "The elf would have to come willingly. But if the distress is genuine, it's worth trying," Harry said. It took 3 weeks. Hermione's method was specific and the timing was particular, but in the first week of March, in an empty classroom after dinner, a house elf appeared with the specific quality of something that has been deciding to do this for a very long time and has finally committed. He was small, with enormous eyes and a pillowcase, and he looked at Harry with the focused intensity of someone who has been waiting to say something urgent for months. "Dobby," Harry said. The house elf startled. "Harry Potter knows Dobby's name," he whispered. "You're the Malfoy's elf," Harry said. It wasn't a question. Dobby couldn't say yes. His whole body said it instead, in the way of something struggling against the shape of a constraint. "You came because something dangerous is being planned," Harry said. "Something that involves Hogwarts." Dobby looked at him with enormous eyes swimming with the effort of something held back and something pushing forward. "I can't ask you to break your binding," Harry said. "But I want you to know that what your family has is already known to people who are working to address it. You don't need to tell me what it is. I already know." He looked at the elf steadily. "What I want to tell you is that it's going to be dealt with. You don't have to carry this alone." Dobby stared at him. Something in those enormous eyes was breaking and reforming. "Harry Potter is," Dobby started again, each word clearly costing him. "Harry Potter is kind," he said finally. Like someone Dobby has heard of. In the old stories." Harry thought of his mother. "She was," he said. Dobby left the way he'd arrived, disappearing with the small pop of house elf apparition, and Harry sat in the empty classroom and thought about the diary and Malfoy and the shape of the year ahead. "He confirmed it," Hermione said. She'd been in the corner, quiet, watching. "Close enough," Harry said. "What do we do about it?" "Tell Dumbledore," Harry said. "Give him the confirmation. He can move on Malfoy through the Wizengamot. The diary will be traceable once he knows where to look." He looked at the door where Dobby had disappeared. "And in the meantime, we add it to the map." She wrote it in section 2 of the framework notebook: "Diary, Malfoy possession confirmed, indirect. Recommend Dumbledore/Ministry action. 1 down. 5 to go, plus the fragment in Harry." Spring came to Hogwarts the way it always did, gradually and then suddenly. One morning the grounds were still frost-gray and the next there were crocuses in the border near Hagrid's hut and the lake smelled like cold water and possibility. The Quidditch pitch was good in spring, the air sharp and the sky very high and blue, and Harry flew with the particular freedom that flying had given him since October, the mind emptied of everything except motion. He was up early on a Saturday in April, the pitch empty, doing easy circuits at moderate height, when Athena arrived with a letter from Ragnarok and landed on the handle of his hovering broom with the precision of an owl who has delivered letters to moving targets before and considers it beneath comment. He landed, opened it. The letter was direct and complete and contained news that Harry sat on the grass to absorb, the monitoring revision had passed the Wisingamot in February. 23 mandatory annual visits for magical children in Muggle placements, with independent inspectors who reported to the subcommittee rather than the placing authority. The review of existing placements had identified 6 cases of significant concern, all of which were being addressed. And, Gringotts had, in the past 3 weeks, located the ring Horcrux. It was in Gaunt's shack in Little Hangleton, heavily cursed with a particularly virulent dark enchantment. They had not destroyed it, that would require the potion Snape was developing, but they had contained and marked it. The work progresses, Mr. Potter, Ragnarok had written at the end. Your mother would approve of the pace. Harry sat on the Quidditch grass with Athena on his knee and looked at the morning sky and thought about pace and patience and the way large things got done, not all at once, not in a single confrontation, but piece by piece, decision by decision, over time. He thought about a 4-year-old boy in a cupboard under some stairs, pressing a warm locket between his palms and not knowing yet what it was for. He thought about his mother choosing, in the last weeks of her life, to use her time this way, not in denial, not in flight, but in deliberate, precise, aimed preparation. Making everything she understood into a gift. He pressed his hand over the locket. We're doing it, he said. It's slow and it's long and there's a lot left, but we're doing it. The locket hummed. The warmth was different now than it had been in the cupboard, different than it had been when he'd first found it or when he'd taken it to Gringotts or when it had blazed in the mirror chamber. Quieter. More settled. Less urgent in the way that things become less urgent when they are no longer alone, when the weight is distributed across more hands. Still warm. Always warm. The steady warmth of something that knows it has done its primary work. He heard footsteps on the grass behind him, the 3 sets of footsteps he could now tell apart by sound, which was a specific Hermione and Ron and Neville combination he hadn't had in his life before September and couldn't imagine not having now. We've been looking for you, Ron said, dropping into the grass beside him with the comfortable collapse of someone who doesn't stand on ceremony. Hermione has a theory about the Ravenclaw Horcrux. She's been vibrating since breakfast. I haven't been vibrating, Hermione said, sitting on Harry's other side. You absolutely have been, Neville said, settling cross-legged in front of them with the ease he now inhabited. Your left leg was doing the thing. My left leg was, she stopped. We're getting off topic. Tell me, Harry said. Hermione opened her notebook to section 3. She had a theory. It was a good theory, drawing on a piece of Hogwarts history and a section of Hogwarts, a history that she'd cross-referenced with Goblin metalwork records and 2 lines from one of Harry's mother's research notes. It was elegant and it was probably right. Harry listened and asked the right questions and watched her face do what it did when she was thinking at full speed, the brightness of it, the absolute aliveness of someone doing the thing they were built for, and thought, this is it. This is the thing. Not the Horcruxes and not the long project ahead. Not the stone or Quirrell or the ministry hearing or any of the events that had made up the year. The thing underneath all of it. What his mother had been building toward when she'd built him a teacher. Not just a survivor. Not a weapon. Not a symbol or a savior or a piece on anyone's board. A person. With people. With the specific and extraordinary ordinary thing of belonging somewhere. You're not listening, Hermione said. I am listening, Harry said. You said the diadem, and you've narrowed the location to somewhere in the castle, and you want to cross-reference the room of requirement because it's the most likely repository for hidden things. She looked at him. Then why did you have that expression? What expression? Ron said. The one he gets, Hermione said. When he's thinking about something other than the thing we're discussing. I was thinking about both things at once, Harry said. What was the other thing? Neville asked. Harry looked at the 3 of them in the morning light, the April sky very blue above the pitch, the castle behind them ancient and solid and full of the things that had happened over centuries and the things that were still happening. That this is enough, he said. This right here. This is enough. Ron looked at him with the expression he used for things that touched him and that he wasn't going to make a big production of. He nodded once, practical and real. Hermione was looking at Harry with the expression that had been getting more specific over months, that particular focus quality she gave to things that mattered to her in ways that were personal and examined rather than just instinctive. She held his gaze for a moment and then looked at her notebook and said, "The room of requirement is on the 7th floor," in a voice that was slightly different from her usual one, and Harry let that difference sit between them as the thing it was, not yet named, not yet addressed, present and patient and unhurried. The way things develop when the people involved are 11 years old and have a lot of time and no urgency about anything except doing it right. The locket was warm. Not alert, not recording, not blazing. Just warm. The warmth of a thing that has done what it was built to do and found the result exactly as intended and is now, in whatever way objects have of being, simply present. Harry Potter, age 11, pressed his hand flat against it one more time, feeling the lily engraving and the for Harry and the 7 years of recorded evidence and his mother's love turned into something useful and aimed, and thought, one more time, what he'd been thinking since the morning he'd first carried it into the light. "Thanks, Mom. I've got it from here."